and welcome everyone. We're excited to showcase Dragon Quest XI today. Any percent glitchless, not glitchless, with Moko as our runner. And I'm Jarkandra, your commentary. So yeah, without any further ado, I'll let Moko count us down.
Okay. Countdown.
Whenever you're ready.
はい。3、2、1、スタート。間違えた。
All right. And it begins. So, as you'll see, as we first start the game, we don't have time to really change the name per se. It is part of the timer running, so we're just right at it and jumping in, doing some quick configurations, making sure our battle speed is as fast as it can go. All the battle animations are fast. We're equipping the hero offensive, and then we'll be off to this really quick. We are changing the camera speed as well. And we're going to start in on some fights right away, believe it or not. So, as everyone knows, these are our beloved Dragon Quest slimes. This is the first quick intro fight. And just involves some simple attacking. I think we don't even have any MP at this point, so it's just very simple at this point. We're accompanied by our friend Gemma and her dog Sandy, and they are both at this point just AI bots, and so they're gonna help us out in the next couple fights. Gemma just sits there and makes a lot of noise and heals. And then Sandy actually attacks and helps put the mobs to not sleep, to paralyzes them. So yeah, next couple fights they'll help us out. Yeah, the herb dealer, exactly. Yes, you are correct, Ferret Skin. Glitchless means no horse spin. We're doing this with no out of bounds fun stuff. As far as the story goes, we are, this is like a coming of age thing, so we are coming up, we're climbing the tour, it's a coming of age thing. These monsters are not supposed to be here, so yeah, for this fight we have some smogs. Now these smogs tend to disappear right when you want to attack them, and so it becomes a miss. And so it's very helpful when Sandy paralyzes one, because then they can't do that, and you can fight it and attack it and not miss. And so we'll take advantage of that, change our targets around if we need to, while Sandy helps us out. This smog fight is very variable when you're doing these runs, because of the RNG and how much you're going to miss, that kind of thing. But yeah, good first quick fight. Okay, I should mention that we skipped a bunch of cutscenes, and we're going to skip a lot of cutscenes throughout the... Yeah, and sometimes it's tough to like get a hold of that rope too. But yeah, we're gonna skip like all the cutscenes in this run, and so there's really not much for breaks. But we'll try to keep the story going as we go. There is a little jump you can get here. Okay, yeah, it's a tough one. I probably get it like 20-30% of the time. it's a jump at the exact right moment. Saves a second. It's like not a big deal. But yeah, we get up to the top of the tour, and some stuff happens. This flying eagle guy, this big flying eagle, tries to attack us. And Gemma falls off the cliff, and we're hanging on to Gemma, trying to pull her up, and the eagle is trying to come at us, and suddenly a bolt of lightning comes out of the sky and hits the eagle. And it seems to come from the mark on the hero's hand, and so we're like, huh, what is going on? What's these powers that the hero has? So we mentioned all this down at town, and the town people are like, oh, this sounds like the Luminary or something like that. And nobody really knows what the Luminary is exactly, just that it's like the ancestor, that your ancestor is the Luminary of old, which is like the big hero of old. And so what happens is we end up having to take a trip. And so this is where the protagonist, the hero, is gonna the next morning is gonna actually leave town for the first time, leave home for the first time, and go talk to the king of Heliodor. And that will hopefully give us some answers as to what he should do as this newfound luminary with these powers he doesn't know how to use yet. So yeah, I like to say when we start out like this, let's go on an adventure, chat. This is the time, the beginning of the game, and this is where it all starts. All right, so we get a horse right away. We get to ride our horse. The horse looks a lot like the Skyrim horse. And while we're going, we might bump into some mobs along the way. And if mobs are low enough level, we can do that and not have to enter into a fight. And we just get instant, like, shreds of XP. It's not very much. But we do want to bump about 5 of them between now and the next dungeon or so. We'll have a couple chances. But it's not enough to like go out of your way to like get a bunch of them or anything. We are going to grab this chest, which is a seed of health. And then we're going to reach this first kind of tutorial cutscene, which will kind of tell us how to use the campsite and the statue for saving and stuff like that. While we're here, on any percent, you would grab a chest here for extra gold. We don't need that on Glitchless. Glitchless, we got a kind of a... There's just slight differences with Glitchless like that. We don't need as much gold routing because we're not going to skip a lot of bosses or anything. So we're heading up to the castle. I also was trying to say earlier that the first couple cutscenes we skipped showed a lot of the story that starts out here. And so the hero at the time in those cutscenes was this little baby, and he was absconded from the castle of a kingdom that apparently got taken over by, or got destroyed by a bunch of dark monsters and such. And it seems like they were after the boy. And so anyways, we had woken up at this town and seeing this hero, and so that's kind of his backstory, but he doesn't really know that yet. He doesn't even know he's adopted, I think. So he's just kind of finding that out a little bit as we go. But yeah, welcome to Heliodor. We are coming right in and going straight to the castle. We're gonna approach these guards at the castle and be like, hey, I want to talk to the king. And they're like, yeah, get out of here, riffraff. And we're gonna actually show them a symbol of Dundrasil, which is the kingdom that died. And then they're like, oh, this looks real. And so then they actually let us in. So then in the castle, we're going to meet with the king. The king's going to at first act like things are cool. It's good to see you, luminary, blah, blah, blah. And then suddenly he's going to say, you're the dark one, or what is it? The dark spawn. And he's going to put us in jail. And so, of course, we're going to try to break out of jail. Turns out this guy, Eric, is in the cell next to us, and we mentioned something about the luminary, and he's like, what? Because it turns out he was told that he would meet the luminary in jail, and they would leave together. And so he's been digging this hole, and so we're gonna go with him into the sewers and then get the heck out of jail really quickly here. Yeah, I agree with High Spirits. Don't try to get the world record in this game. I grinded this game personally to get to sub 4 hour in any percent, and it was the RNG can be very unforgiving, let's just say. But yes, it's not a JRPG unless we're escaping jail. So we're in the sewers, the guards have found us already, so we're running away, and we're gonna do some guard skipping here. This first one, we're just jumping over a box, getting out of the way. This next one, you have to move your camera so it doesn't face the guard, and then And then this last one is just a very simple one. So yeah, some quick guard skips there. Good job, Moko. And when we go on this bridge, and the cutscene is the bridge breaks and we all fall down, and so we end up here in this cavern, and a sleeping dragon. Whoops, didn't mean to wake him. And so we're gonna start running towards the camera. And while we're running here, there's going to be a bunch of mobs that spawn, and those include metal slimes. Now, we don't want to take out any of these mobs, because if we stop and take out a mob, the dragon is in the fight with us, and we are way too low level at this point to do anything. So yeah, so we're just going to avoid all the mobs. It's mostly just running straight through the screen for the most part, in the middle, but there can be a little bit like variation. I like to say we start the run out with some cardio. You know, it's a good run if you just start it with some cardio. All right, so we come out of this, and we talk to this nun who saved us, healed any wounds or whatever. And she's like, "Oh, be careful out there, boys. There's some criminals on the loose that they're looking for." And we're like, "Oh yeah, sure, whatever, lady." Yeah, start the run by running. Exactly. I think you could kill stuff there if, let's say, you grinded a lot before you did the dragon. Maybe you could, but yeah. If you can kill the dragon, you can do it. We are going to grab these buzzberries here before we go into downtown. So why are we going to downtown? So Eric, our new friend, helped us out, helped us get out of jail, and he apparently went to jail because he stole something called the Red Orb, and now he wants to go get his treasure, and he knows exactly where he hid it, in a pile of rubble in downtown Helidor. So we're making our way back in here. We have a hood on to try to hide our identity. That's all we need. And while we're here, we're probably going to do some shopping. We're going to buy some herbs for Hero and Eric, potentially. There's some kind of runner variation here, how you want to distribute herbs. And then we're also going to buy some holy waters, I believe. And holy waters in general are used on a boat to keep encounters away, and it only works if you're high enough level for the area. But we are also going to need a holy water and a buzzberries for an upcoming quest, like in this zone. Oh yeah, someone grinded to level 23 in the demo and killed the black dragon. Yeah, I could see doing that. All right, so a little bit of story here. Eric can't find the red orb, so like, what the heck? So he's looking for his buddy pal, Jerk, and Ruby's not there, the innkeeper, and so we did a lookout thing there. We were looking for Ruby. We saw Ruby come back. We also saw a guard that's taking like bribes, and it seems he's afraid of dogs. That's important for right now, because we are going to do this quest for this little girl and give her holy water and a buzzberries and borrow her dog so we can get past this guard to go to Uptown Helidor. And that's what this cutscene would be. So in Uptown Helidor, we're going to grab a couple things. We're going to grab some fishnet stockings, which we'll grab a couple times in this run. Unfortunately, we do have to sell them. They're just worth a lot, so we don't get to see them worn. Fun fact, if you play this game casually, I think it's fishnet stockings and bunny ears, and then you have a cute bunny suit on the girls. But yeah, so we're also going to traverse the roofs here, and basically we're avoiding guards by going this way. And and then we're gonna find Dirk's shop. So we were told that Dirk is making it pretty nicely in this new shop with the up and ups. He's on the up and up, and we're like, what the heck? We're in jail, and he's, you know, did he like betray us, or like what happened there? So we're gonna go have a talk with Dirk. And it turns out, I mean, Dirk seems like he's legitimately, he's being legitimate in saying that he was bribing the guards to try to look the other way so Eric could get out. He was trying to raise enough money to get Eric out to do those bribes and that kind of stuff. So, anyways, he tells us the red orb was taken to the King's Barrow, which is a dungeon off in the distance. And so we now know where it is. We're gonna leave town. As we leave town, we are also gonna grab a seed of strength, I believe, from this barrel. And then, yeah, we're out of here. So basically what we're going to do is the hero wants to go home. I also didn't mention that during the meeting with the king, he sent Jasper, one of the knights, actually I think it was Jasper and Kendrick, to go round up the people of our home because they brought in the luminary. And so we want to go check on home and make sure everyone's okay. And along the way, that's slowly along the way to getting Eric's red orb for him. Yeah, we don't have much else like on a quest at this point. That's kind of the main quest, and we'll see what happens after that. So now we're in the this zone. If it's raining, there's a lot more mobs, so it's very nice it's not raining. We're gonna do a quick menu here. We're gonna sell some stuff. We're going to buy some equipment, and we're also going to buy some important chimera wings, or some people say chimera. I say chimera. I'm a weirdo. And those chimera wings are actually going to help us zoom around a little bit with some fast travel along the way. If you save at a statue, you can chimera wing back to that statue at least once, I believe. Then you have to resave somewhere to be able to do it again. But you can also use them to zone to a zone you've been to before. So. Yeah, Mangle Grove. Yeah. So yeah, really nice navigating by Moko to get through that zone. It's very hard, especially when it's raining, because these green slimes just pop out of you, and so you have to really take a very precarious path. Here we're introduced to the Fun Size Forge, and we get to make our first sword here. And so we're just gonna make a bronze sword. We're hoping for a +2 or a +3 would be nice. And so yeah, we play the little game here. Okay, it's probably a +2. Yeah, it looks like a +2. So yeah, so we're gonna do a little bit of equipment configuring. We're gonna put the Seed of Health on the hero. Seed of Strength is kind of runner's choice. Some people like to put it on the hero, some like to put it on Eric. Some like to change it around depending on if you get a +3 or +2 on the sword. But going forward, we are going to, the hero's gonna be the healer, and Eric's gonna be the DPS. And it's funny we start out this way because the end of the run, Eric will be the DPS again too, so it's kind of a foreshadowing thing in some ways. We're gonna get Eric Flame Slash, which is a nice little ability, does some damage. And we see this dog, and oh yeah, we're trying to get across a bridge, but the bridge is broken, and we need to find the wood. There's a woodcutter that seems to live here, but and he could fix the bridge for us. So we see this vine, and it's a vine of Yggdrasil, the tree of life, and it basically tells us that the woodcutter was transformed into a dog by this tricky devil. And so we are going to find this tricky devil and take him out. And this is our first real boss fight. Weirdly, this is a tricky devil, but you'll see these tricky devils later as just regular mobs. So for this fight, like I said, hero will heal with the herbs that we bought. and Eric will use Flame Slash to do as much DPS as possible. If our HP is right, the hero can use a magic ability called Frizz as well. And so there's a balancing act that you're playing here based on your HP levels with the hero. And we're trying to kill him before he does his heal, and that's usually it's usually very doable. But also he has two moves. He has a attack move and then a Sizz move, which will do fire damage to both of us at once. And so both have different HP levels that we have to monitor to stay safe. Alright, good fight. GG's. So we break the Tricky Devil spell, the Woodcutter updates the bridge for us, and we're on our way. Kind of a nice little intro boss fight, you could say. Hey, Basix. Talk about is +3 slower due to the victory jingle. I used to think that too, but the fact is the amount of DPS it does, the amount more of DPS it does, it's really tough to say if that really matters as much, you know what I mean? And in fact, personally, when I'm running this, if I get a +3, I put the Seed of Strength on the hero. And that's just like, because it just gives Eric enough DPS that he doesn't necessarily need that extra strength, and the hero's going to be some DPS later. Alright, so we're heading home, and we're weirdly going to end up in home in the past. So it's kind of a weird situation. We're going to go home, we're going to talk to Mom, and she's like, who the heck are you? My son's 6 years old. And so we're going to kind of get kicked out. And then we go talk to Gemma, and she's 6 years old, and we're like, okay, this is weird. And so we'll get her bandana out of the tree, and then what happens in the cutscene is the hero is asking for the hero says his name, which obviously the hero is the hero at this point. And Gemma's like, oh, you want to see the hero? Sure, I'll take you to him. So she takes him to the younger version of the hero, which happens to be next to our grandfather, adopted grandfather, I should say, who is long dead in our time. So we have a nice little chat with the grandfather. He recognizes who we are, and tells us that he will leave us a note, and leave us a note under the Triangle Rock. And so we have to leave town and head to that. As we're leaving town, we kind of come out of this vision, and it turns out it was all part of a Yggdrasil Vine vision situation. And the real home right now is just ransacked, and nobody's here. So we're leaving town, and we're gonna go check out. On the way to the King's Barrow, there's the Triangle Rock. Grabbing the horse again. Sometimes there's an opportunity to just bop a couple slimes on the way. And then as we get to Triangle Rock, what we'll see is two notes. We'll have a note from our grandfather, our adopted grandfather, and a note from our biological mother, who was the queen of Dundrasil. And she says, son, you are actually the Prince of Dundrasil. I'm sorry we had to abscond you from the castle when you were little. And so it kind of tells him his heritage a little bit. And she says in her note, you should talk to the King of Heliodor if you want help later. And so it's kind of confusing there. We're also given the Keystone, which is going to be important for later. But first we're jumping into this first little real dungeon. We're going to save outside, and that's where we're going to be able to easily zoom back out here with the Chimmerwing. Yeah, we're gonna do that for a couple different times now. Now there is an option here where you can take you can grab an extra sleeping thing that gives you an option to put a mob to sleep. It's not needed for this next fight, but there's a couple of those around that we'll sometimes grab. Yeah, into the King's Barrow. What we find is the guards that were guarding the King's Barrow are all like dead, and there's monsters that have taken the place over. And so we're gonna do a little mini grind on the way down into this dungeon. We're probably gonna do some Show No Mercy tactics, which is an intro to like not just having full control over the characters. We're just gonna say, hey, do your most aggressive attacks. Don't worry about healing. So yeah, in that mode, this first fight's pretty easy. We're gonna both get a level. And I believe the hero gets heal at that point. Yeah, we're gonna take at least another fight. This is also runner's choice here, like how many fights and what fights you take on the way down here. The main thing is we want to end up with hero at level 6 and then Eric ideally at level 7, so we can get him another attack buff before we go into the boss. Nice, good easy fight, good clean fights. We're gonna pop outside here to grab a chest for a strength ring. I still think it's funny that the strength ring we're gonna use for the whole run. It's just such an important item and you get it so early. But we're gonna put it on Eric for extra DPS. And then we're going to pop back in. We avoid most of the mobs. We don't need a lot. We just need, like I said, a couple fights. And then at the very bottom... Yeah, okay. So we do take this fight. This should ding the hero level 6. Yeah. And then, so we still need to get Eric level 7. We're hoping that this egg battle we do will get Eric level 7. Ideally, it has 3 mobs in it, and that will be almost guaranteed. If there's 2 eggs in it instead, it's... okay, there's the 2 eggs. This could or could not do Eric at level 7. It kind of depends on how many mobs we bopped earlier in the run. Okay, we got it. Level 7, and we're getting attack plus 10 on swords. And we're going to use this little egg just to jump up top here to grab this chest, which is a seed of defense. We're going to put the seed of defense on the hero. We're going to grab this magic water, make sure we're all saved, and we're going right into the boss fight. So yeah, this is the Griffins. These guys are pretty rough, especially at our levels. So yeah, same thing. Hero's gonna heal, Eric's gonna do DPS with Flame Slash. But now he's super powered up with Attack plus 10 too, and the Strength Ring. The hero can do Frizz here as well for DPS, but it's a balancing act because these guys hit hard. There's a couple points where they each get 2 turns before the hero gets a turn, so you gotta make it. The hero's gonna use up the herbs he has, but also has a heal ability. Also, as we're pepped up here, as we're pepped up, we're gonna take advantage of the extra strength buff of being pepped up, and then use something called a pep power. And that will do some extra damage. In this case, the pet power we're using will do some extra damage. All right, good fight. Really good fight. These guys, if you're not careful, control you really easy. All right, we're using our first Chimmer Wing back to where we just saved outside. We're gonna grab the horse and keep along the path. Head out. Okay, we are grabbing a sleeping hibiscus here. We'll use that later. Like I said, there is another opportunity to grab one, but I believe it is quicker to grab this one than the other one. But like I said, runner's choice about how you want to use those. And cutscene here is as we're coming in here, we're heading towards where this teleportation elevator situation that will teleport us to the next continent. And Hendrik, one of the other knights, finds us and starts a horse chase. And so we barely get away and use the keystone to teleport to this other continent. And here we are. We're going to head to a town called Hato, which is a town where everybody speaks in kind of a poetry situation. Haiku. Okay, there it is, haiku. I always forget. I always want to say like limerick or something, but no, it's haiku. We won't see that because it's all in the cutscenes. But we're gonna show up to town, and they're gonna say, "Hey, you should try out our bathhouse for free." And we're gonna run into a little girl who's trying to get into a bar, and we'll just observe that, which just seems kind of weird. And we're gonna go to the shop and we're gonna buy a chainmail for Eric to kind of upgrade his armor. And then we're gonna go to the bathhouse. And in the bathhouse, what's gonna happen is we're gonna hear someone crying. And we'll find I think it's a little girl who says they've lost their familiar person or something. And we're like, well, the girl that was going into the bar said she was looking for her sister, so this must be her, right? And so we're gonna take them back to the little girl and be like, hey, we found your sister. Kind of thing. Nice, big clingy. Alright, so we're going to use another Trimmer Wing here. This time not to go to a save, but to go to the zone. Bathing Eric jump scare. So here we talk to the little girl, say, hey, we found your sister. And she's like, you're idiots. That's not my sister. And then we talk to the little girl and she's like, yeah, I was looking for my father, not my sister. And so we find her father in the bar. Oh, no, we don't. That's later. We go into the bar and we get some information to find out there's been a bunch of people that are just missing suddenly. And so that seems to be this little girl in red, Veronica, her sister, Serena, and then also this other little girl's father. And so we'll pop outside here to grab this piece of gold. This is part of gold routing. This will help later because it's one of the ingredients needed to make some armor we'll want to do. And then we'll once again use a Chimmer Wing to get to the zone and we'll head out. So this time we have Veronica with us, this little girl. She is actually not a little girl. I think she's supposed to be 16 or 17, but she had her magic power taken from her. And in so doing, it also took her age. So it's kind of interesting. So she's like way younger, looks way younger than she should. And so yeah, so we're actually going to go to this place called the Cryptic Crypt where this all happened to Veronica, and we think that Serena, her sister, went looking for her to save her. And so we're kind of like making a loop back. We're saving the statue. We're going to Chimmerwing back out of here later. And we're heading into the Cryptic Crypt. So in the Cryptic Crypt, there's a lot of traps everywhere. We're going to avoid them all. If you see us taking a weird path, that is why. There is a safety thing down here. We could go grab a leaf. But yeah, it's time lost, but it's nice. Leaves are very hard to get in this game, and they help resurrect. And just resurrecting in Dragon Quest is a very it's unlike Final Fantasy where you can buy 1,000,000 Phoenix Downs. These Yggdrasil leaves are very hard to come by, and just resurrecting in general is very hard in Dragon Quest. So there's a couple ways of doing a little mini grind here. We're gonna grab a chest here for some robber gloves for Eric. And then it's kind of choose your own adventure if you want to get the hero to level 8. There's a couple ways about going about that. It's not required though. Gonna grab another chest. This one has a shield. I think it's like a pot lid or something, but we're gonna use it as a shield. So yeah, we'll equip the pot lid to the hero for defense. It's again, you don't have to equip the robber gloves to Eric. We are gonna sell them at the next town anyway. So another safety feature there. So yeah, so coming into this fight coming up is very tough. It's one of the first run killers on the run, especially at our level. And so what we're gonna see is Jarvis, who is a dude holding a jar, and then his 3 little henchmen, Shadows. And so the hero's gonna, again, heal, Eric's gonna DPS, but the hero can also do DPS as needed. But it's dangerous because you got 4 mobs fighting two of us, and then we have Serena and Veronica as AI helpers. And so Serena can sometimes heal us, but sometimes she doesn't. And Veronica doesn't have her magic right now, so all she does is kill items mostly and just bop with her wand. Yeah, this fight can get really scary real quick, especially when Jarvis starts taking deep breaths, because he can basically wipe out the hero really quickly with his deep breaths. And so it's very important to keep the hero healed. And then we also, more importantly almost, we want Eric to live. Because he's the main DPS. They come in for save with the heal. Yeah, nicely in this fight, also Serena and Veronica can defend our mana. Alright, so with all the henchmen down, this fight becomes a little safer, and we can just hammer in on Jarvis. At some point, we might even use our pet power. Yeah, there we go. It's nice to wait to use your pet power until they start kind of warning you that it's going to go away, because that gives you maximal time using the extra strength it provides while you're pet up. Yeah, Veronica's really just bopping Jarvis here and there. She's not helping a lot. She'll get magic after this fight, thankfully. Alright, GG's. Good fight. Yeah, enemies can pep up as well. Alright, so we find a bunch of prisoners in here, and so we're going to let them out, and we end up back at Hotto. And one of those is the other little girl's father, Noah. And Eric recognizes the guy as the guy who is maybe some riffraff, but he kind of works on he's basically like information. So we are like, we're gonna ask him some information about. I think we're at this point we're looking for the Yggdrasil tree. Also, Serena and Veronica are apparently sorceresses from Arborea, which are people that are the keepers of the Yggdrasil tree. But yeah, nobody seems to know how we get to the Yggdrasil tree, and so we were told that there's something called the Yggdrasil. No, what is it? It's a branch of Yggdrasil, basically. And we're told that it's a treasure that's kept in Glitchless, and so we kind of have some direction as to where we're going, and we've made some friends along the way. And now Serena and Veronica are not AI; they're actually part of our party. We are gonna Shimmerwing back to the statue, and we're out of Shimmerwings at this point. But Veronica gives us a new ability called Zoom, and Zoom will let us zoom anywhere we've been before, going forward. So the cool thing about Dragon Quest XI-S is that they've added a lot of extra features. One of those features is a 2D mode and a special quest area called Tickington. And so this is a part of the game where you're kind of forced to visit 2D mode in Tickington. It's just a very simple kind of intro. We'll not come back here at all in this run. We're not even come back to 2D mode in this run. But in some of the other categories we do. There is a category to open up all the quests in here and unlock the super boss called the Time Worm. It's more of an 8 or 9 hour run versus the 5-ish hour run here for Glitchless. Zoom is basically a Shimmerwing in skill form. Yeah, basically. So we don't need any Shimmerwings anymore. There can be 2D duping, technically. We do take advantage of, like, you can grab an item in 2D and then zoom to, then go back to 3D and grab that same item, and then go back to 2D and grab that same item, and then go back to 3D and grab that same item. So there can be some duplications if you're picking up items. But yeah, the other thing I should say about this category, we're doing glitchless, which means no 2D to 3D stuff. This one is required, so obviously this one's fine. But yeah, because it can be kind of glitchy and you can kind of do some fun stuff, going to 2D and back to 3D in this category is not allowed. Anyway, so intro to Tickington, we're going to head back to 3D mode and be on our way. Glitchless, that means he is coming? Yes, yes. Alright, so we're gonna come to Glitchless. We're gonna go try to talk to the Sultan. We're also gonna grab some items in the Sultan's bedroom and the Prince's bedroom. But the cutscene we're gonna miss is that the Sultan is busy with preparations for like a big celebration and stuff. Can't talk to us that day. The prince is gonna see us and say, "Hey, you're about my height. Why don't you come visit me in my room?" And so he'll have like a job for us. So yeah, like I said, we're gonna grab some items in the Sultan's bedroom. Standard RPG. Taking stuff from people's closets and chests and stuff. Most of these items, one of these I think is a fishnet stockings again. We're gonna sell it. Most of these items we're just gonna sell to get some money. You wish Prince Ferris joined the party? We are gonna want to grab the gold behind the throne, I think. Unless Moko doesn't do that. Possible. Oh, we might not need it on Glitchless too. I don't run Glitchless as often. So yeah, so we got some stuff. We're gonna sell a bunch of stuff we just picked up. We're gonna buy a poison moth knife for Eric. He's switching from swords to knives for DPS in a bit here. We're gonna sleep for the night. So basically the prince said, hey, the walls have ears in his bedroom. Let's meet tonight at the circus and we'll talk. And so we rest till evening. We meet the prince here, and then he tells us during the circus cutscene here that he, this is also where we see Sylvando in the circus. But anyways, he says, hey, I have to ride in this horse race tomorrow. I can't ride a horse. I need you to ride the horse for me. And he says if we do that, he will put in a good word with his father to get the Yggdrasil branch. And so we're buying some herbs for later here, and we're putting some on all our characters. And then we're gonna go do a horse race. This is required, but you can. I believe you can keep doing this race. People in chat have been alluding to that. On the speedrun, this I think the fastest that can be done is a 105. I personally do like a average of 107, but a 106 is very possible. I'm not sure how fast Moko goes on this, and we'll see how it goes. And so as you see, we're dressed up to look like the prince, and so we're just going to do this race. And in lieu of the prince, hoping we'll get something out of it. Alright, so as we race, there's going to be these green things on the ground that give us more stamina, and we're going to try to get around the corners fast. We can do a little like sliding, skidding, or whatever you want to call it. We're going to have to do 3 laps, and we're just going to grab as many of these green things as we can. We'll try to skip a couple along the way as well if they're out of the way. This is pod racing. You'll also notice in the race that there's this horse with a very flamboyant and colorful flair, and that is our friend Sylvando that was in the circus. Yeah, it's very easy to get first in this first race. All right, 107. Good time. So we're coming out of this, and the prince like says, "Hey," and so we switch with the prince real quick, and then he kind of greets the adoring fans with his helmet off on the horse, and we're back in the prince's like back room when Sylvando walks in and sees us both wearing the same clothes, and he's like, "Wait a minute!" And anyway, so he starts getting an inkling here. So we're gonna go talk to the king, and hopefully we can get this Yggdrasil branch. Yeah, Sylvando's one of the best characters. He's very flamboyant, very positive, has his own backstory we'll get to. So, but unfortunately what we see, right as the prince is trying to talk to his dad about things, someone comes from the desert and says, "Hey, the Slayer of the Sands is causing a ruckus out there," and the Sultan says, "Hey, son, you did such a good job riding that horse. Why don't you go slay the Slayer of the Sands?" And so the prince is like, "Oh crap!" And so Prince says, "Meet me back in my room." We go back to his room, and he says, "Please, please, please help me slay the Slayer of the Sands." And so he's basically becomes a pattern for him where he wants people to do things for him, and he gets to take credit. And so we kind of have no choice to do this in the game. It's part of the story. But it definitely doesn't feel good. So here, Sylvando's going to join as an AI bot, and he will help us out along the way. He kind of knows what's going on. He's like, "Why are you helping him?" He doesn't understand. Anyways, we are going to go to the desert. We are going to do a little mini grind to get the hero and Eric to level 10, I believe. Also, we're going to grab the campsite here. This will let us zoom back to it later. Yeah, so here we're gonna take these prestiginators, progenitors, I forget what they're called, and we're gonna go back to Show No Mercy and just have at it. Do a little mini grind. We want Eric level 10, we want the hero level 10. The primary DPS is really the hero casting Sizz and Veronica casting Sizz, because that hits all the opponents at once. Prestidigitator, yeah, prestidigitator, yeah, whatever. This one ends at Mord again. This is 80% glitchless. There's something called the True Ending Run, which ends at Osmos for Act 3. So this only goes through Act 2. We're doing some configurations here. We're getting Eric set up with knives, and Serena set up with some spears, and giving Veronica a little bit of magic. Oh, we got a bad start here, like a back attack situation where we don't get a turn to start. Alright, good fight. So the hero and Eric level 10 now. You'll see that Serena and Veronica are level 12, so we're just trying to get them a little higher to match where they should be at this point in the story. A little bit of a cutscene here. We kind of have a campfire with Sylvando and Sylvando. We tell Sylvando kind of what our journey is, and Sylvando doesn't really tell us much about himself yet. Gonna grab the horse, and we're heading to the Slayer of the Sand, Slayer of the Ruins. Avoiding some mobs through here as we go. The corridor there can be a little tough to navigate sometimes because of all where the mob placement is. Yeah, the knife we've got Eric with is a poison knife, and also we got him a poison ability. So for this fight, we're hoping that Eric gets a first turn poison, and we're hoping that Veronica gets a first turn sap, which will lower defense. Okay, no poison. But it looks like we got a sap, so that's good. And we're gonna just bang on this guy as much as we can. Oh, the hero down. Not good. We don't have any ways of.
嫌な予感はした。すいません、落としました。リスタートします。
Okay, so we're gonna restart the fight. It seems like, yeah, if the hero goes down, it's really tough at this point. Okay, so fun fact, I want to point out that we did a little bit of a save situation, or like a camp, I think it was a camping situation, when we met Sylvando here at this part. And so that's nice, because if you do not do that, the autosave is way back at Gallipolis and we have to regrind. So Moko knows what she's doing. So yeah, we're gonna try this fight again. Ideally, Eric and the hero survive. Veronica and Serena we care a lot less about as far as this fight goes. Okay, looks like we got a poison off. And a sap. First turn. Alright, much better. So yeah, now if you notice, the hero is using Flame Slash now, which Eric was using earlier, and Eric's using this Poison Knife DPS instead. Alright, yeah, and if we get Kafuddled, Sylvando can help us out, but we can't do much about it otherwise. You really gotta watch out for those crits too. You gotta keep whoever's in front here. You want to keep extremely high health, because those crits can really take them out. Okay, this is our second phase of the fight. He tries to sap everybody, which also actually, yeah, you can get blinded basically. And so it looks like Eric's blinded. Thankfully, the hero isn't, so we can continue doing DPS. Thankfully, like, sometimes, at least with Eric, I find that the Poison Knife situation lands more often than the hero's Flame Slash. It's dazzled, not blinded, but same kind of idea. Okay, Veronica down. Alright, good fight. Really, the only one we really have to do anything different for is if Serena dies, we might have to change one of her abilities later. But Veronica's not bad. Yeah, the time worm is really tough. Ultimatum. Okay, now we're grabbing the money behind the throne. Okay, I see the route. So basically, the cutscene here was there was a couple of cutscenes. We came back to Glitchless. The prince took credit for taking out the Slayer of the Sands. The Slayer of the Sands breaks free, and then the people are like, "Oh, the prince will save us. It's fine." And the prince is sitting here shaking in his boots, and Savanda reminds him of the Knight's Code, and the prince kind of grows a pair, and just like totally like runs towards the thing with his sword, breaks his sword. Really, he has no fighting prowess at this point either, because he's let everybody do everything for him. And Savando kills the thing while nobody's can see it, and makes it look like the prince got it, and kind of reminds the prince that, you know, maybe he should actually do things instead of having people do things and take credit for it. So the prince learns a lesson, and we find out that the Sultan actually sold the Yggdrasil branch to a traveling salesman, so we got to keep going and find this traveling salesman. So we're going back to this campsite we got earlier, and we are going to do some, I like to call this skill swizzling. Yeah, we're basically going to be doing getting Sylvando to a point where he gets some bonus points to spend on skills, and then we're going to do something called rectifying, where we rectify some skills so that we get all those points back. And so that we'll get bonus points from doing that. And what this allows us to do that we probably shouldn't be able to do at this point is to get Hustle Dance, which is a super awesome group heal, and it's so good at this level that Sylvando can only really cast it twice, because he doesn't have a lot of MP to handle it. But we are going to use it on the run. Very, very nice to have. There's also an option here to set up the hero for great swords. That can come later too. And then if Serena died here, we would rectify one of her harp skills as well, because we want her to be able to get some other skills later. And we're off. So we're heading to Gondolia, which is a port town, and we're like, oh crap! Like, is this traveling salesman gonna have sailed off already? And Sylvando's like, well, I have a boat. So Sylvando joins our party and joins our quest. And he is now an official part of the team, no longer an AI bot. Yeah, Greatsword Hero. We are going to use it for some major DPS a little bit. Yeah, I forgot to mention, I own a boat. And so we're like, who is this guy and why is he so rich? Along the way, we're going to grab this ore. This is another gold piece of ore. Again, good for the gold route here, because one of the requirements, one of the materials for the Dungeon Shell armor is gold ore. And so this way we don't have to buy it later. Gonna make our way into Gondolia. Oh yeah, some of these are tougher to get away from sometimes. Yeah, anytime we get an encounter like this, we want to flee. But if we flee on Dragon Quest, is not the greatest. But we are guaranteed to escape by the 4th flea if you can survive 4 flea attempts. Please run! Please run! Please run! Yeah, thanks. All right, as we come into Gondolia, we're gonna buy a greatsword for the hero to use. And we're coming to the docks, and they aren't letting us on the docks. We can't get on the boat. And so they're like, go talk to the head honcho. I think it's the mayor of the town or the person that's setting up the event. It's like a big strongman event or something. And so we go talk to him. He looks us up and down, and he looks like he recognizes us and doesn't like us. And then there's a kid that's trying to take Veronica's wand. Turns out the kid wants to help his friend out who's mute suddenly. And we find out we can go get this kind of holy water. This is kind of side quest feeling, but it is required as part of the story. We're gonna go get this like special spring water that will heal this little boy's voice. We don't know what happened, how it got that way at this point. Yeah, he's called the Doge. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he does. He looks like he doesn't like us, and I think it's because there's been communications out there that we are the Darkspawn and to look for us by these Heliodor Knights that are looking for us. So that's kind of a continuing theme going forward. Yeah, this rock is kind of a pain in the butt sometimes. Alright, so we're coming into this zone and we're gonna find another boss. A bunch of Corolosses that are gonna be blocking the way to the spring water that we need. In the meantime, we're just avoiding a bunch of mobs to get there. There's a couple different paths you can take to get there. I believe that, yeah, this is one of them. You can climb to get to one of them here, and then the other one is you can kind of go around. Oh yeah, so one thing that can happen is if we forgot to heal, then Veronica, whoever died on the last fight, isn't healed, so that can be a little scary. But Savondo's first fight here, he's going to ump the hero. There's a couple different strats to use here. There's Civ strats, and then there's Greatsword strats. Yeah, and there's a couple ways to get around this too. You can also throw Sleeping Hibiscus on one of these. You can try to funnel dance these guys. We're just going to pull out DPS today. Yeah, good to bring Serena in for extra heals. Yeah, first instance of hustle dance here. Yeah, just a couple hits from the hero here will take out one of these guys. And you do have to be pretty diligent about healing, so it's like 2 hits from these guys, and a character can die pretty easily.
Yeah, マジか。
こちらを。
熱いわよ。
Alright, we made it through. As you saw, Savando had no MP left. It really doesn't take much when getting through the... doing a couple hustle dances. Thanks, Big Thing. Yeah, we grabbed the story water and we're out of here. There is an implication if Eric dies on any fights. We want Eric to get dual wield later in the run, and so we really want Eric and the hero to preserve their most of the hero. It's more important for the hero, but we want them both to live for as many fights as possible to get max XP for the end game. All right, so we come back to town. The group splits off, and half the group goes and heals the little boy, and Eric and the hero end up being caught by the guards because Jasper, the Knight of Heliodor, that's looking for the Darkspawn, quotes, is after them and is in town. And so you actually on purpose lose that fight that we just did, and here we're going to evade the guards. What we're doing here is we have to go save Eric because our friends helped us get out of the to escape from the guards, but Eric didn't make it, and so he's kind of being used as bait to get us to come out. And so we're kind of avoiding the guards and going around town in a weird path that will include getting on a boat here. Because nobody's gonna check that we're actually in the stream that's around town, and we're gonna try to sneak up on Jasper. Is what we end up doing. Yeah, for this fight, we basically won't have Eric because he's kind of been captured. Gonna grab a seed of strength from the barrel here. We're gonna put that on the hero. We also did some skills right after Colossus that will help us with some pet powers. That if Serena and Hero get pepped up, we'll get some extra damage. So. Alright, so once again, Hero is DPS. Savando is buffing his attack. Serena's going to primarily heal. Veronica's going to sap. Unfortunately, if Jasper takes out Veronica first, we don't get a sap. It's unfortunate. Sorry, Jasper can really be mean sometimes. Oh, he's really going ham on the hero right now. Hopefully the hero peps up. The nice thing is Serena pepped up, so we can use her pep power, I think. If we can keep the hero healed,
ちょっと追記
お助けします
that's more important right now. Oh, hero pep up, really nice DPS.
負けないわよバイシオンこの虫けらが
きっつ。
今助けるわ
Oh, another pep.
受け取って
いやーきついんだ
Wow, he just really. Jeez.
受け取ってバカだ
いやき
Okay.
つ
Rough, rough Jasper fight, but GG's.
きつすぎ。
And once again, we don't really care if Veronica dies there. It's fine. The main thing is the hero lives. So we're gonna use holy water here. This will help us. If the hero has not died on a boss fight up till now, this will guarantee we don't get encounters on the sea. There is an instance where if you get too close to the place on the left there, it could start raining and we can get a Colossus encounter that's higher level. But as long as you steer clear of that, you're good. Alright, so we are following our traveling salesman at this point. We're going to go to Octagonia. Oh, we might even get the zoom point here for the Warriors Rest Inn. I forget if we do that here. Yeah, looks like it. So we're gonna go right to Octagonia, where there's a big arena of and a competition happening. We're gonna join the arena, but first we've gotta go. We've gotta go get some items and some equipment, kind of situation. Because once again, you know, it's a speed run. We're really low level, and to make it through the arena, we really want to be as prepared as we can. Yeah, Octagonia zoom point, and then we're back out right away. There are a couple things we want to be grabbing. We're going to get a campsite for the zoom point, because we're going to come back here later. We're going to get a seed of health. And we're also going to get a dragon scale and then the recipe book to make a the Dundercell armor. Alright, so here we do a little bit of hopping around to get to the dragon scale. We don't want to get this left chest. It's actually a cannon box that will start an encounter. And then down the well. Here's where we get the recipe book for Dundersteel armor. And we're back to Octagonia right away. Alright, we're popping open the forge and we're going to make that armor right away. Fun fact about this version is that if you don't have all the necessary components for an armor or anything you're forging, as long as it's something you can buy in a shop, it can auto buy this stuff here if you have the gold. So you don't have to go anywhere, you don't have to get anything extra. So, but it's nice there. It saves us a little bit of gold, the fact that we got those gold pieces, because those are a required component for the Dundersteel armor. You'll see this say that we failed, but the fun weird thing about this is that if you just don't play the forging game and you just like finish the forge right away, it says failure, but it just means we don't get an upgraded item. We get just the regular item, since we already put the money into getting the components and such. Swapping around equipment here, making sure the hero's fully prepared, because the next few fights we are going to have the hero be alone with an AI bot to help him out for some arena fights. Alright, so we're going in, we're going to pick our partners here. In the cutscene, we actually get picked to be with Jade, which I always think is really cool. Unfortunately, this old guy says, hey, she's my partner, and he has special privilege, and so we end up with Vince. But Vince apparently is last year's champion, so it's not too bad of a deal, you think. A couple more cutscenes coming out of here, and then we're going to go to sleep. And then the next day will be the first arena fight. It seems like a big clean. Grabbing an extra magic water there. And we're gonna, make sure the hero has the seed of health too. And we're going right into our first arena fight. So these fights are, like I said, very tough. The hero is alone, and then Vince is an AI bot, and he will heal us sometimes. That is the predicament here. This first fight, we want Vince to hopefully hit the same guy we're hitting, so we can try to take him out before they have their big pet power, which is the long animation. But as soon as he pops out his doppelgangers, Vince doesn't know how to find the right one, so it's pure RNG if he actually hits the... Alright, so we're not going to be able to skip the pet power, I think. thumbs away. See, there's a point where Vince really should have healed us and didn't, so it's can be very frustrating sometimes. You can sometimes get the AI to pay more attention to you if you're low health and if you defend, but even that doesn't work in a foolproof way. So these arena fights can be pretty precarious. Alright, good first arena fight. We get to know Vince a little bit. We come across our friends and they say that some people have been gone missing around town. And they say we should follow Vince and see what's going on. So we're kind of following Vince through town here. And he lives at the orphanage, the cathedral with the orphanage. Yeah, every town has people. So he says, "Hey, why are you following me?" "Oh, it's you." And then we actually hang out and talk for hours. And then suddenly there's a noise from his room. And he's like, "Who's in my room?" And so we run up to his room. And someone broke in and broke some stuff. And then he's like, "Hey, you're here. It's late. Just spend the night." So we spend the night in Vince's room. And and then we get ready for three arena fights in a row here. This is where it gets a little precarious. Fighting with these girlies. These girlies, you gotta watch out. They mean business. This one, Cinderella with Wand, can do some really big magic attacks. And then Wambolina does a lot of physical. There's a couple different strats here. One of them is to try to hit Cinderella more, so that she kind of starts using mana to heal instead of throwing magic attacks at us. But Wambolina can also mesmerize both the hero and Vince, which makes you kind of lose a turn. Okay, there's Vince actually healing. A rare occasion. Funny ears, but no fishnet. Alright, one down, one to go. So once Cinderella's down or out of mana, we're in a much safer spot. Alright, GG's. Alright, so this one is the Golden Boy, and I forget what this guy's name is. But it's obviously Sylvanas behind the map. We're gonna try to take out Golden Boy first because he does some bad AoEs.
これぞ我が美学ミラクルソードこれぞ我が美学スイート危ない
危ない危ない薬数がなくなる
ポワゾンキスはっスイーそら
Alright, once Golden Boy's down, it's a little safer. So Bondo can oomph, so attack buff, which still can get kind of scary.
ウィングブロー熱いわよいやぶつけろやったな
Alright, GG's.
お手並み拝見じゃ
Alright, the last fight here is Rab and Jade. Very scary fight. Safest strat, honestly, is to defend on the hero as much as possible until Rab snoozes 3 times and he'll run out of mana. Yeah, so meanwhile Rab will do some really bad magic attacks.
あれ
Alright, we're hoping Vince wakes up soon. And he should have healed us, but he didn't.
やめてください
Okay, now we're asleep.
まずい死んじゃった
No! Yeah, very easy to have a death on this fight.
あのさ寝ちゃダメ
It's one of the worst.
お手並み拝見じゃ
さあ
But that's even
やってやるぜ
using safe strats too.
始めましょう。
いややばい
行くぞ
ダメだって寝ちゃ
ぶつけろ
寝ちゃダメあ無理だって
Oh,
オーマイガー
yeah, that's rough RNG.
やっぱラリホーってダメだ
お手並み拝見じゃ
何回やらせんね
やろう
や
せやはっ
始めましょう。
Yeah, of all the arena fights, this is the one most likely you're to have a
寝ちゃダメだってどうしようこれ
especially if
いやあ無理か無理だ無理だし無理しいや無理勝てないどうしよう勝てないんだけどいや3はちょっと勝てないんやけど
お手並み拝見じゃやめろせやさてはっ熱いのいくぜ
行きましょう。
oof.
こいつを飲め
Okay, Vince actually healing, that's good.
そりゃ
ムーンサルト。
おらくらい
Vince healing again, okay.
無理無理無理無理無理
ラリーホーしまった。ヒャダルコ
シンクロゲリ
せやベホイビー
ムーンサルト
ドルマせやホーリーうわ
スキアリ
せやトリア
はっせ
危ねえ。それはまずい。
Okay, we gotta heal.
せやいや
All right, Rab's down. It's a little more safe for now.
せや
Vince wasn't missing.
いやーきつかった。
All right, we made it through. GG's.
いやー
So we go to sleep, and Rab meets us. Rab knocks on our
き
room
つい
door
です。
and says Jade has been taken, and so we're gonna go figure out what's going on.
練習でもそんなに
I think it-
死んだこと
yeah.
ない。
I think it's like just Jade's missing, like one of the missing fighters now. So Rab's coming with us. He's an AI bot. Continuing theme here. We go down to the cathedral, the orphanage, and there's this hole in the wall. And we're gonna go down to one of the worst bosses in the game, on the run. The big spider. So yeah, along the way there's these webs that we have to avoid while we're avoiding mobs, which can be a little precarious. Yep, Spooter. Spooter is no joke. If you want to talk about the next real run killer, this is it. This is the spider. And unfortunately, every time you have to restart the fight, you have to start at the beginning of this zone. You have to go through all this dungeon again to get there.
危ない。
There is another safe option to get a leaf in here before we go in. It's time loss, but it's also not like all that useful. If we get it, we put it on Savando because we hope that he lives the longest. But we're gonna grab these magic waters and we're gonna distribute the magic waters to everybody except the hero, and the hero may still have one at this point if he hasn't used it during the arena battles. But yeah, what we find here is that Vince has been abducting fighters and giving them to the spider. The spider's sucking the juice out of him and making his own like special juice, and that's what Vince has been drinking to be strong. So we free Jade. And Rab helps us with the trying to. Jade's gonna go help all the people, get them all down. I wish she was in this fight. But yeah, standard strats here where Veronica's gonna sap and start sizzing. You can use Eric here to do some poison and then put him in the back, but it's scary because, like I said, you need Eric to live. So it's better to keep him in the back.
せーの
So Vondo can attack buff the hero. He's our DPS for the most part. And then so Vondo will also be using heals, group heals, especially as he does his poison attack. So the worst things he can do is this AoE poison. Okay, and Eric's down. And then the other really bad thing he can do is do Befuddle, which confuses everyone. And Rab can get us out of that. So can Savannah. There it is. There's a Befuddle. It didn't land on anybody, thankfully.
そーら
Yeah, we're doing good damage with the Hero Greatsword of attack buff. And everybody else has magic water, so they can give them to either the hero or Savannah. Nice. We're having some good RNG here. That was landing first try, which is always nice. Okay, this is not quite Befuddle, but you still kind of lose a turn stuck in the web. Alright, GG's. Very nice spider fight, honestly. Really good RNG. Not too many poison AoEs. Not... Befuddles did not land at all, which is unheard of. Alright, so we're gonna go back to the arena here, and then Vince is like, hey, we both won, but let's make it one winner. And then we fight Vince. And Vince doesn't have his special juice anymore, so he just doesn't do much, and we just take him out. And so we win everything, and he says, I just want everybody to know that it was the juice making me extra strong.
Somebody!
So we talked to the winnings person, and they're like, oh, Rab and Jade took the winnings and left you a note to meet them in Dundersill. And so we have to go back to Dundersill here and go find Rab and Jade. Okay, coming back to Dundersill, we get a lot of story stuff happening here. We find out Rab is the old king from Dundersill, and therefore he is the hero's grandfather, the long-lost grandfather. And then Jade is actually a princess of Heliodor, so we've met the king of Heliodor, so she's actually the princess of Heliodor. That night, at the beginning of the game where we absconded the hero from the castle before the monsters got him, Jade was the one as a little girl that was helping abscond him and get him out of there. But we find out the hero's parents are dead, that they didn't make it through this whole situation. And so Rab and the hero actually have like some rites done together for the hero's parents. We are grabbing a couple pots here on the way. Very important for the run. The coin is just to sell, but the Devil's Tail is a very important piece of accessory. So yeah, we'll do the rites, and then Rab's like, I just want some time alone, so we'll go hang out with Jade for a bit after that. Yeah, we're gonna hang out with Jade, talk with her a little bit. And then we see that there's some Heliodor soldiers lurking around. And so we will, they will notice us, and so we're gonna kind of start running from them, and we run into Hendrik. And there's a little bit of some cutscenes here where we do kind of a fight with Hendrik, but then we end up falling down a cliff. And then Jade jumps down with us, and she's like, I'm not gonna let you go a second time. And then we kind of like bond a little bit here in this cabin, and then we get going again. We're gonna try to go back to Dundersville and meet up with our friends. There is a cutscene here after the bridge where we meet up with Hendrik again, and we grab his horse. Jade's able to like fight him a little bit. He's really good, and but we managed to grab his horse and get out of there. Back with our friends here, we find out that we have the Yggdrasil branch now, and we have this yellow orb. So we have a red orb and a yellow orb now, and the hero gets a vision, and it's a vision of a platform with 6 colored orbs, going up to the tree, and that's where we want to go. And so it seems like we have 2 orbs. We need to find 4 more orbs. And that is the continuing of the quest going forward. So somewhere all around the world, we've got to find 4 more orbs. Okay, so the next thing we got to do is open the gate to the sea. At this point, we're kind of stuck in this little bay area. We can't get anywhere else until we open this gate to the sea. And we're doing some equips here. And some skills. Getting Jade, I believe multi-thrust. Yeah, it looks like multi-thrust. Which she'll use, which is a really awesome spear ability for DPS. So yeah, basically we have Rab and Jade now as part of the party. This is where the Glitchless and the 80% branch off. On 80%, we would here, once we open the gate to the sea, we would go do a big grind because we're going to skip a bunch of bosses. But on Glitchless, we don't have to do that. And also, we can't do that because we're not going to 2D mode in Glitchless. Instead, we're going to continue in our boat and continue on the story. Alright, so we're holy watering to get to this canal. And then we're gonna stumble into kind of a Bermuda Triangle situation and end up at the Strand. And at the Strand, we're gonna run into a mermaid. That's gonna start a quest here. So, story-wise, the mermaid situation, she wants us to, yeah, we're gonna want to play water here. Oh, that's right. Or are we good? There's a couple different ways to go about this. One of the ways is to get pepped up along the way here and take out some fights. But while we do that, basically the mermaid says, "Hey, I am waiting for my beloved human dude to come find me, and we can get married." And she's like, "Can you go to Honolulu and see what's taking him so long?" And we're like, "Okay, sure." That's right. Remembering now, I think on Glitchless we don't get as many holy waters, and so we kind of just have to grin and bear it on the encounters here. Alright, so Honolulu. There's a couple things we could do here. There's some gold we want to grab in the chest. But we're looking for this guy that the mermaid said lived here. I think it's Kai or something. And so we'll start talking to people, and they're like, "Oh, Kai, he's out on the boats right now." Yeah, we'll grab this chest under the stairs. And then yeah, we're probably gonna buy a trident for Jade. Yeah, so we'll upgrade Jade's weapon here because she's gonna be major DPS going forward. We're gonna go to the church for a story trigger where this lady comes out and tells a story how mermaids are bad and how a mermaid once tricked a man into loving her, and there's a horrible pox on the family and this whole thing, and we're kind of like, the story sounds a lot like the story the mermaid told, but like in a different way. So anyways, we're gonna go up and we might grab a couple extra jars along the way, but the main thing here is to get the little cannon that will help us take out this boss coming up. This lady has this little cannon, so we're gonna take that with us. And we're gonna head out to the boats. So yeah, with the cannon, this fight, they start out, the squid starts out kind of where he doesn't get a turn. With this, or it's really this confused, confuddled state. That's the nice thing, if you grab the cannon. On any percent, we don't grab the cannon. On Glitchless, we do, because we need all the help we can get.
せーのスピード第一
Okay, as you can see, we buff up Jade and she's doing great damage. Alright, GG's. Easy game, easy win. I'll turn my mic up a little bit. Okay, so we're gonna go look for Kai now that we're back in town. And Kai has a little different story. Apparently it's his grandfather that fell in love with a mermaid and put a pox on the family. And so he says, here, I'm gonna give you this veil that my grandfather made her. And give it to her and tell her to never, to go away and never, don't bother us anymore. Does DQ11 feature a lot of callbacks to older DQs? It does, actually. There's a lot of the music. There's a whole quest line for visiting all of Dragon Quest 1 through 10 as well. Lots of good stuff. Alright, so we're gonna give the veil to the mermaid and she's gonna give us a harp. I believe we're gonna lie to her for this quest twice and say that, yes, just keep waiting. Your beloved will be here soon. It feels cruel, but on the speedrun, we don't want to do more questing, and that's what would happen if we don't lie to her here. Now that we have the harp, we can go places we couldn't go before. Any of these bubbles on the water, they'll allow us to get to under the water places to other bubbles. So yeah, here's the bubble. It'll get us to like an inlet area, and this is our next part of our quest here. We can get a couple things in here. All right, first things first. We're gonna go up to the northern part of the zone, and there's, like I said, there's a couple ways, runner's choice of how you go about this. One of the ways is to just come up here, grab a campsite, and then come back. You could just go fight the birds up here right away. So we'll see what Moko is going to do here. Okay, looks like we're going straight up to the bird zone. So we're going to get an orb out of this, but we've got to fight this fight against a couple birds. Yeah, we don't go to the academy at all on the runs, except for the time worm run we do have to go there. Alright, this sounds a little convoluted, but we're told there's an orb nearby. So we're gonna go find a tunnel, make our way up to the northern part of the zone. We're probably gonna fight an encounter to get a mount. And that will help us get to the next part of the zone. Here we go, yeah, we're gonna grab this mount. And this mount allows us to climb walls with these little claws on them.
いや、近い近い近い。
Alright, coming up is the boss fight. Fire Morse took a turn.
いやー、来ないで来ないで来ないで来ないで。
Yeah, you wanna go right to the boss fight. You can potentially get those other bird encounters first, and you don't want to get those.
注意しなさい。 負けないわよ。ファイト。
Jade is our main DPS here, of course.
今助けるぞ。バイシオン。ベロニカちゃん。ありがとう。おすわけじゃ。
Grab has a fun ability that can give mana to someone. And since Jade really burns through her mana quickly, we're going to use this strat a lot where we use something called empathy to give Jade MP. Yeah, there's our orb. GG's on the fight. Alright, so I said we had to come to this continent for a couple things. One was that orb. The second one is to get the magic key. And this upcoming boss fight is honestly why a lot of runners like to run the glitched run, because we can skip this whole continent. Because this next boss fight, it's going to be a bit till we get there, but this next boss fight, Dora, is one of the worst. Alright, so I'll try to go over the story here. This town, there is a mural that tourists come to see, this beautiful mural. And some say it can make you rich. We're gonna go take a look at the mural, but it also, for some reason, people have gone missing again. This is a continuing theme. So this little girl says, my parents are missing, and so we're looking for this little girl's parents. We can't find them. And then we come to find out that, I'm going to kind of just talk about the story kind of early on so we get ahead of it. But it turns out this little girl is actually the keeper of this portrait, and she's like this magical being that is trying to get people to come into her portrait magically and make it more beautiful. And so that's why people are missing. And so there's a lot of running back and forth here to figure all this out. But eventually we're going to get sucked into the portrait and start figuring things out here. Yeah, this town's called Phenomenon. Phenomenon. Boo, 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 boo. Yeah, the dungeon coming up is very confusing if you don't know the way as well. Grabbing a seed of magic here. I believe we'll give that to Jade because we just want her to have more MP because she's our DPS. We might grab Panacea up here too. No, okay. Okay, we're gonna go get sucked into a portrait. You wanna come? Let's go get sucked into a portrait, chat. Come on. You just got that. Alright, and then, wow, we're inside a weird dungeon. Look at this. It's actually a cool looking dungeon. What we find is there's a bunch of people here, and they're all kind of hypnotized. And this lady is basically telling them to come in, and basically she's going to try to suck them in with her little plant things. And including us, and so we're gonna... The cutscene here will be us stopping it from happening with the powers of the Luminary. Alright, so we kind of have a way out here. I think we come across a gravestone or something here. This is... Oh yeah, stone someone marked and said, like, beware. I believe there's like a warning on the grave or something, or on the rock, it says beware the little girl or something like that. So we see a crack, and then we're using the crack to get out of the painting, the mural, and we're back out. And then we approach the little girl and say, "We know your deal." And she's like, "How did you get out?" So we go back to the mural again, and we're going back inside it, and this is going to be the big dungeon crawl. Yeah, if you don't have this zone memorized, this is such a confusing maze of a zone. Yeah, the reason this maze is so confusing is, as you can see on the minimap, every level is only showing one part of the level, and so you're going up and down and up and down, and you just have to know where you're going. If you end up this corridor, there's a corridor with a bunch of statues all in a line, then you're on the right track. There's also a griffin that can pop out right at you right about here. That's the surprise. But yeah, pretty good mob dodging done by Moko here. Also didn't talk about it before. We could save at that statue before the boss, but every time you use a save instead of an autosave, you pay gold. So we always want to use autosave. Alright, this is, like I said, this is one of the worst fights ever. We're gonna again use Jade for DPS, and then we're sapping with Rab. We're gonna try to attack buff Jade, and we're just hoping that Jade doesn't get hypnotized. But also, yeah, whoever has she has an attack that whoever's at the highest HP gets the hit. And unfortunately, I believe Jade is the highest hit points right now. Alright, and then she can also lock abilities. So she just either locked abilities or spells for her own hits now. So is Rad giving Jade some more MP? Okay, but Moko made quick work of it. We had good RNG. GG's on the game, on the fight. And we're back out through the crack, back out of the mural. So now that we've destroyed her, we get the magic key, and that's what we want. We don't get an orb here, but we get a magic key. We're gonna need that later. Also, the mural is now empty because all the people that were in it now came out of it, and Dora's not there anymore. Alright, a couple orbs we can grab here. This one is it's just literally, since we have the magic key, we can open this door to get an orb in a chest. But again, we have to get that magic key first before we can come in here. So any of these red doors require a magic key. Alright, so that is 2, 3, 4 orbs now. We have 2 more orbs to get. Alright, one orber is going to be down by the mermaids, so we're going to go to Nautica and meet the Queen of the Mermaids, and she will give us an orb. Also, we have they give us some magic to be able to breathe underwater here, I think. I forget how that works. Alright, once we got that orb, we have one more orb we need, and it's the Sniffleheim orb, which is a little convoluted to get. So first we're going back to the Strand and we're sailing to Sniffleheim. What we find in Sniffleheim is that it detects there's an orb, but the city is frozen over, so we can't get in the front gate. And this, again, is why we need the magic key, because there's a back door that's a red door that only a magic key can open. We'll grab the campsite here. Yeah, usually we do some like equipment buying and selling and configuring here. We're gonna have to set up the hero to be the DPS again, because he's gonna have a solo fight coming up. And then onto the magic door. So in here we're going to find everybody's frozen over except the Queen of Sniffleheim. So we're going to talk to her, and she's going to say that there was an evil witch that froze the city over. She's reading this book, and she says that the evil witch has this companion monster, and if we can go kill the companion monster, then we can it'll take care of the witch. And so we're going to zoom out and head off into the Snarfelt. And eventually into the Hexwood, where the monster lives. Jormon is the monster's name. Okay, we're going to navigate a zone again to get there. Okay, so into the Hexwood, the hero gets split up with the party, and so that's why we end up alone. Story-wise, we actually run into Kendrick, battling Jormung. And we saved Hendrik. If you remember, he's one of the Knights of Helidor that's after us. So yeah, but since this is solo, we have to make sure we're healing here and as well as doing damage. So yeah, he usually has a pattern to follow here, where he'll buff up and he'll attack twice, I think. So if we can use that right, we can heal up at the right moment and get our attacks in. Alright, GG's. Easy win on Jormung. Yeah, we end up saving Hendrik, killing this thing. This cutscene there is the evil witch comes and tries to kill both Hendrik and the hero. And then our party catches up to us, and Veronica, with her fire magic, burns the evil witch, and she kind of runs away. Hendrik ends up just letting us be for now, but he's still like, you know, he's still
待って、ここどこ待って、バイクになった。ここがちょっとわかんない。あれちょっと待って、迷子になった。なんで暗い。あ、待って、どこだかわかんない、マジで。ちょっと待って、迷子になった。
Oh yeah, this zone can be confusing. Right now, the next part we have to do is go up to the library, and it's, yeah, you have to find the right path to get there.
逃がして。あと逃がして。あと逃がして。
Yeah, this zone is kind of confusing, honestly. We want to find the path up to the upper block.
マジでなんか夜なのが
Yeah, we want that. Oh yeah, we want that campsite too for later, because we'll zoom back here later. Yeah, poor Veronica is just, you know, like I said, we don't care if Veronica dies. Because, spoilers, she may not be doing much in Act 2. Alright, but welcome to the library. This is another maze zone. Yay! Yeah, you want to get that campsite before you come up here, because we're going to zoom to it later. Alright, so yeah, this the library is several levels high, and you can only go up and down to certain spots if you open certain doors. And so so basically we just started the whole system off. This will move some stuff that'll open a door that goes up some stairs. And what's going to happen is we're going to go up some stairs, we're going to go down some stairs, we're going to hit some more doors, and we'll get a couple chests along the way. Yeah, it's a very convoluted path to take here. All the while avoiding all the mobs, of course. Thankfully, they're not super aggro-y in here. Don't you mean this zone is amazing? I see what you did there. True, Ultimatome, I agree. It's not as bad as the Dora dungeon still. Yeah, that guy's kind of close to the chest. Okay, so what we find out when we come in here is that we didn't just kill the witch's beast familiar situation. Instead, we just killed the beast that was keeping her locked up more. So something is fishy here. So we're gonna zoom back to Sniffleheim and go talk to the queen and be like, what gives? Oh yeah, also we want to reset up Jade for DPS. We're going to end up probably putting Hero and Eric in the back again because we want them to get all the XP without dying for this next fight. Very important for glitchless runs. Yeah, what we're going to find out is that the queen here is not the queen. It was actually the witch masquerading as the queen. And Veronica notices a scarf around her neck and pulls it off and says, "Ha, that's where I burned you." And so now we get to fight Crystalinda, the witch. She has a lot of abilities. Turning someone into a snowman, you lose a turn or a turn or two. She'll cast an ice storm, which will make it more possible to miss. She'll do a lot of just ice attacks in general. In general, we want to buff up Jade and have Jade be DPS, Veronica Sap, and try to keep Jade alive. That's the main thing. Rab will give Jade MP. Oh, yeah, unfortunately. Jade got snowman. Stepping for Jade to get her turn back and just kind of playing defensively. Alright, goodbye Veronica, once again. Alright, but Jade's back in action. The cold doesn't bother her anyway. just let it go, the barbarian. Just let it go.
冷たいわよさあみんな
やるじゃないの
Alright, good fight.
い
GG's.
ただけたかしら
Main thing is we kept the hero and Eric alive so they get the XP that they need.
紙
Hero's gonna get Giga Slash, I think. Fun part of the story here is we get the queen comes out of the book, says, "Oh, you saved me," oh, that was after we beat Crystalinda, we do this. Norris, the guy that's been helping us, he tries to say a spell to like put her back in the book, but he stutters, and it still seems to work, and the queen comes out. And no, not Queen and so we have the queen, and we're unfrozen, everything's good, until we realize like the queen is yelling at us from the book. We're like, wait a minute, is this still not the queen? And she has a scarf on, and like, okay. And so then they actually do this thing where they prove which one's the real queen, and then Crystalinda comes out. The queen protects Crystalinda, says, "Hey, she's drained of all her magic. She'll be fine now. We'll take care of her." And we get the orb. After you get the 6th orb, you get this cutscene, and it shows the place where all the 6 orbs come onto a platform, and a rainbow bridge goes up to the tree. And so we are ready to go to Arborea, which is the path to Yggdrasil, with all 6 orbs. Yeah, the Queen and the Witch become BFF. Alright, so this is why we had to get the campsite in the Snarfelt earlier. We were looking for it, because this is on the path to our next destination. So we'll do some skill swizzling. We got to prepare for Act 2. Act 2 is going to be different because everybody's going to be split up. And so we're going to try to equip certain things to certain people, make sure people have certain skills. Giga Slash for the hero is hugely important because he's going to be solo for a bunch, and that's going to be his major attack going forward. Yeah, if you played this game, you know, like, oh hey, we did all the thing. It's been a few hours. On the speedrun, it's only been a couple hours, but you know, for a real grind, it's probably been several hours to get this far. And it still feels like this is not the end of the game. So what is going to happen? You know? Alright, so we gotta do an egg battle here so we can climb in the eggs to get to where we're going. Yeah, Giga Slash is OP at this point. Alright, usually you go up to a certain platform and you can get there. This is a little shortcut if you can get it on the right spot. There you go, yeah. So just a little bit of a rock outcropping. If you can sit on it just right, you can skip, like, I don't know, a couple seconds. While we're going up here, there are a couple mob dodges we have to do. just to dodge some statues. And then we're in. Welcome to Arborea. This is where Serena and Veronica, they call home. And they are the keepers of the luminary. So the fact that Serena and Veronica brought the luminary here is a very good thing. And they are also the keeper of the first forest, which leads up to the Yggdrasil Tree of Life. So first thing here, you get checked. Do you have all 6 orbs? Yes, we'll open the door for you. And that's where we're going. Simple as that. If you don't have all 6 orbs, you can come here, but you won't be able to get to the first forest unless you do some, weird any% force out of bounds glitches. But we don't do that. We don't do that here. We did everything legit today. All right, a little bit of first forest navigation after Arborea, but yeah, coming up to the tree pretty soon here. Okay, finally time to go up to the tree. Big fun cutscene, all the orbs coming down, and Rainbow Bridge, all that stuff. Alright, we're up in the tree. Not much of Act 1 left here. There are some optional things we can grab for any % or glitchless. There's a do here, which is required for true ending. You still don't need to grab it here if you don't want to. Okay, looks like we're grabbing it for safety. There's also a leaf that is really good to grab. Like I said, we've skipped 2 of the leaves along the way. There's only 3 that you get in Act 1. Yeah, we are going to grab it. It's really close by. It's easy to get. It's worth taking like a couple seconds to grab. And then we're just about to grab the sword when Jasper comes and throws a ball of darkness and starts a fight. And this fight is unwinnable on Act 1. So yeah, it doesn't matter how buffed up you are, you just can't seem to hit Jasper because he's got like some protection thing and we can't take the protection off. So he decimates us. For our case, we just care about everybody getting 3 turns and then the fight ends, so we just want to do that as fast as we can. Alright, a bunch of things happen in these cutscenes, but that is Act 1, friends. We're on to Act 2. GG's. So basically, quick story update there. Mortigan comes out of the King of Heliar, which shows up with Hendrik. And it turns out Mortigan was inside the King of Heliar this whole time, mind blown. And so Mortigan takes the Luminary's powers for his own, uses that to grab the sword out of the heart of Yggdrasil, and then forges the sword into the Sword of Shadows, and then plunges the sword into the heart of Yggdrasil, and it blows up the tree. The tree just turns to dust, like it just crumbles, and the whole world is plunged into darkness, and the whole like area just kind of blows up, and we don't know what happens to everybody. We see the hero falling down into the water. And so here, Act 2, the start of Act 2, we are following along with several of the characters of the party in their solo areas. In the first iteration of the game, this didn't exist. You just went straight to where the hero was, and then you met up with the characters later. But this kind of gives a little bit of context about what these other party members were doing in the meantime. And so we start off with Sylvando. He ends up in Gondolia. He's very depressed that this all happened. His good buddy Dave says, "Hey, sharpen up, dude. You know, are you gonna mope around, or are you gonna like try to make the best of things and that kind of stuff?" And so Sylvando gets inspired and starts out by helping someone here. It turns out because of the darkness that's fallen on the world, things are scarce here, and this bunch of bullies has been terrorizing the town, stealing things and stuff, so we're going after them. Everyone needs a man like Dave in their life, it's true. Just buck up, bro. And we teach the boys a lesson. We get the flowers back for this guy that he can take to his mother. And they all decide they want to join Sylvando on his quest. And so we kind of start this kind of party of AI friends, AI bot friends. But yeah, currently only Sylvando is the only playable character for this first part. Yeah, it's most people I talk to when they say that they got to this part of the game, they're like, "Where's the hero? What's going on?" And it's a little drawn out, especially this first Sylvando part. So it is kind of cool that they let you play some of the story here, but it also is a little bit, what's the word? I don't know. It's not very fun to have to run all the way back to Hato, is what we end up doing here at Sylvando. So it's a very long and drawn out situation here as we try to show how Sylvando puts together this band of characters, the Soldiers of Smile, trying to make the world smile again, despite how bad things have gotten. Jarring, unfocused? Yeah, it's a little... Yeah, I mean, those are good words for it. And you can't use a horse in here. You kind of don't have the horse hailer yet. None of the horse things work, so you're just stuck running. Alright, here's we're recruiting as we go. And we're gonna have to run to Glitchless next. One of those horses in Glitchless. Yeah, but we still don't get to use it. Even after Glitchless. Just running like horse gump, yep. We talked to this drummer boy. He says, "Hey, can you help cheer up a friend?" And we're like, "Sure." And we go cheer up the friend, and it's Savannah's horse. And the boy's like, "Oh, this is your horse?" Kind of funny. And the horse gives us a dollop of poo, which is important for story later, believe it or not. The horse is so cheered up because it's a dollop of horse poo. Alright, we're recruiting this juggler. And then we're gonna do a mini show here with our old circus digs. And then we're off again. Off to Hotto. Recruiting another guy, but he says, "Hey, we can't get into Hotto because this Gigantus is blocking us. So can you help us out?" And we're like, "Sure." Alright, so this Gigantus fight, we want to play a little safe. You can die on this. But it's usually pretty fine. Savannah will probably do a little damage, maybe just defend the whole time. Yeah, we let the AI bots do most of the damage on this run.
ありがとうメラミクライダーほいやーデガースメラミトリオリスキッ
早い。
クまあこんなもんよ
Alright, easy fight. And we're off to Hato, and that will end our Sylvando run. Story-wise, this is where the band starts, the Soldiers of Smile. They all decide to go together, just trying to make the world smile from here. And Sylvando gets some new outfits, we'll see later. Now we're on to my favorite character, Jade. We also get to get her into a blue bunny suit. But some of you might have seen me in my latex version of the blue bunny Jade suit. It's my favorite suit. It's the only time we'll see it on the run, or in the game in general. But yeah, story-wise, where Jade's going to Octagonia because monsters have taken over, and she wants to be a hero and set things right. She tries, but right away here, she's going to get sent into a pocket dimension. After, actually, this Booga dude, this ugly monster named Booga, is going to force her to put on this blue bunny outfit, or he'll kill a bunch of people. And so she does. And then they all get sucked into a portal. She tries to stop them from getting sucked into the portal, but she gets sucked in instead. So now she's in here she sees a bunch of the old fighters from Octagonia, and they're all like down on their luck and like, you don't understand, this is a horrible place, and they're gonna beat down your hope just like they did in us. And they're like, well, Jade, you're gonna fight in the Girly Burly because you got such an attitude problem. And the Girly Burly is several fights in a row. We are set up with a couple rock bomb shards here, and Jade already has a decent weapon. She has the trident. We can get a trident here, but we already have it because we needed it earlier. So yeah, first couple fights, it's really just, we can just do Show No Mercy here strat and just let the Jade AI take over. The fun fact about this blue suit is it auto-reses, so if Jade dies, it's no big deal. Similar fight here. Yeah, you get this costume in the game casually once you fight the Time Worm, but by then you've done all of the content just about to be able to beat the Time Worm. Alright, this next fight we're going to do things a little differently. We grab those rock bomb shards, and it's just quicker to do 2 rock bomb shards on these guys than sit here and multi-thrust them a bunch. Because that's all it takes, is 2 rock bomb shards and they're dead. Alright, so story-wise is this is Booga's girlfriend, and everybody survived. Jade survived through the Girly Burly fight, and she's exhausted, but they still like start punching her, and so the rest of the crew come and finally defend Jade. And so now it's Jade with the AI crew against the Booga's girlfriend and friends. But yeah, simple show no mercy here is fine.
ありがとう
これぞ我が美学
Krebsick, everyone hates Booga. We'll find out why everyone hates Booga later. Besides the fact that he's really ugly. Yeah, I'll talk about it more for Jade. You can't put Jade in a Black Bunny suit, but she also gets an ability later on that will that gives her a buff that also puts her back in the black suit automatically. GG's on the fight, and then we get sucked out of the portal. So stuff you're gonna miss in the cutscene here is you're back to Booga here in Octagonia, and Jade's Jade's like, it's not over yet, y'all, and she's ready to fight again. And then the suit transforms from a blue suit to a Black Bunny suit, and now suddenly she has red eyes. Well, she like passes out from it, and so she's basically been taken over by Booga from wearing the suit long enough. So it was his plan all along. And so that's where we leave Jade in a weird state where she's kind of Booga's slave. So now we're with Eric here. Eric is trapped in a dungeon situation, and he has this friend named Elijah. And usually these slimes are, things that you want to hit, but this is a friendly slime, and he's going to be an AI bot that heals us. We're grabbing a key to get to the next area, and going to do a couple cutscenes along the way of just like trying to escape and seeing kind of an army of baddies. Yeah, let's just leave it at Slave Ultimatum. I hate that. It just makes me feel so bad, like so infuriated to think of Jade in the hands of Booga. Mostly because I think about how I would feel in that case. I'd be like, Alright, we're gonna do some mob dodging. We got some fun platform thingies to ride on. We are going to end up doing some fights with Eric as well, but the Elijah slime is going to heal us along the way. Once again, we're going to grab a rock bomb shard, which is useful for some of the fights coming up. Alright, so we see a platform here, and it's not working, and so Elijah is going to sit here and fill it full of magic, but some mobs have found us, so Eric in the meantime has to fight these mobs. We ahead of time set up Eric with two main abilities with his knife, and that is Sleeper Hit and Persecutor. And so how these work is Sleeper Hit can put the mob to sleep, First cutter will do more damage if the mob is safe. So we'll do a lot of alternating between. And yeah, it's optional, but you can use the rock bomb shard on that first fight to just make it a little quicker. Oh no, we got a death. Okay, just a little backtracking. That's a rare thing on Eric. Usually Elijah would be doing a better job healing there.
Yeah. 2戦目で死ぬのはちょっと。
Alright, let's try this again. Hopefully Elijah AI will work a little better. I think there might be a thing going on here too where Eric died on one of the fights, so he's just a little bit under level. A little better luck with sleeper hit. Alright, good fights. So we escape. We're going to grab an agility ring. Turn order is based on agility, and there's like a randomization to it, but the more agility you have, the better chance you're going to get the first turn, or the next turn kind of situation. So the agility ring is a huge item that equipment piece that we will use going forward. Not now, but once we get the band back together. Alright, this upcoming fight is another one. We're going to take one for the team. And just, it's quicker to just die on it. Alright, and then this one we're gonna defend the whole time until it ends. Story-wise here, Eric gets, stuck, and Elijah says, I can help you, I can give you superpowers to make it through this, but I'm gonna have to take your memories. And so Eric's like, I want to live, so I'll do this, even though my memories are my most precious thing. So he has his superpowers for a little bit here. But unfortunately, we squandered them here because I don't think you can win this fight. I think this the fight just eventually ends. So we just defend the whole time. And then Eric, it shows Eric losing his memories in this next cutscene, and he gets found by someone, and he's like, "Who am I?" All right, now we're doing Rab. Rab's just a bunch of story here. Rab follows this bunny girl and ends up in the castle of Dundersteel, but Dundersteel doesn't exist anymore. This is weird, and it's like he's in the past or something. So he has to do some duties here, kingly duties here, and then he remembers this day. This is the day his knight captain requested to marry his daughter. And so he's like, this is weird. So, and then suddenly we're in the future, slightly future there, where the hero was being born. And so he's talking to the now king of Dundersteel. And they're talking about what they're going to name the hero and stuff like that. And then suddenly we're in a weird time, and we see the bunny girl again, and we follow her to like appear and disappear in some places, and we end up in like the banquet room, and we see the hero as a little boy on his birthday or Rab's birthday, I forget. But this never happened because the hero was absconded from Dundersteel Castle when he was a baby. So this is like a weird alternate future or something, and so, but it's much happier, right? So it's like, this is what life could have been like. The hero like talking about the different nations, and Rab's like, wow, this is really cool, but then he's like, this isn't real. And so he goes and talks to the bunny girl and says, I don't know what you've done here, but this isn't real. I need to go fix the world. And turns out the bunny girl is actually the lovely Grandmaster who teaches all Dundersteel princes with her naughty sticks. And so on this fight, Rab's gonna be lucky to get a hit in. Okay, he got a hit. Yeah, he got one hit in. That's fine. So he's got a lot to learn, a lot to train on in this void area, wherever he is. We don't really know where he is.
間違えた。すいません。
All right, and then finally, friends, we are back with the hero, but the hero is a fish. How do you know it's the hero? Well, he's got that little backpack. So while we're down here, we are gonna go talk to the queen. In any percent, we're gonna grab a sword here. I don't know, maybe we don't grab it on Glitchless. Yes, you can play as a fish for a little bit, fishing for bites. So yeah, we go to the queen's private chamber, and she shows us her like crystal pearl, and we see what the world is like now that Morrigan has taken over, and it's a pretty sad sight. And so it looks like also that Alizarin is attacking Nautica, one of Morrigan's henchmen or captains, you could say, is attacking Nautica and trying to take it over. And so the queen has been the queen converted us to a fish to help us heal and hide us from Mordigan. But now she's gonna push us off and out as the Nautica kingdom kind of gets crushed by Alizarin. And we just got to grab a hook, and we are gonna go. Oh, and it's a fast hook. It's right above us. Let's go. And we're back to human. Back to human again. All right, so the hero's alone now, and we're back on land. We're gonna head home, back to Cobblestone. Thankfully, we can grab a horse from the thingy. We still don't have the horse hailer, but we can grab it from the horse hailers that you see around. As you can see, the place is just consumed in darkness. There's the Triangle Rock. This is all where we're back to the beginning of the game area. But it's a little different. Someone pointed out the mobs with red eyes now, if you see them. They're a little bit harder. Yeah, I assume Windless that there's different strats there, so it's fine. Yeah, like I said, in any percent, we would usually grab the Zombie Bane. Alright, we see Sandy. We're greeted by Sandy. We're going to be greeted by Gemma as well. We're going to go see Mom. She's going to be so happy to see us. She's going to tell us that the hero has been helping, and that turns out to be Hendrik. And that the King of Heliodor is here too, but it's not the king we knew, right? Because that king was taken over by Mordigan. Yeah, we can buy some stuff here. Magic shield. Oh yeah, because it's glitchless, we have a magic key, so we can pop in here as well. And this red door and grab a fun little thing called, gosh, what is that thing called? It gives us auto regen, which is really cool. So on any percent, we don't get this fun little item. Alright, we say hi to Mom. Mom says go talk to the king, so we're gonna go talk to him. The king is pretty apologetic because he wasn't in control of himself when all this stuff went down. It was all Mordigan. But there's gonna be a raid on the town, and so we're gonna come in and help Henny Winnie out with some of the fights. The main glitch in any percent Ravan is the horse. There's a horse spin out of bounds, and so you can skip getting 4 orbs. We go in with 2 orbs instead. Hey Layla, welcome in. There's also a glitch in 90% where because we can get to Act 2 without getting the harp, we get the harp in Act 2, and that way we don't have to rescue Jade. And so we kind of glitch getting Jade back instead, and we go straight to Gildiga. Alright, so we're going to help Penny Wenny out with the Headless Horseman dude. And all we're really going to do is do Giga Slash. We could do Shono Mercy here if you want as well. But Giga Slash with Undead weapon is OP here. And then Henny Wenny is an AI bot, he'll help us out. Yeah, this is the first fight where we would be in not as good shape if we didn't have Giga Slash. Alright, GG's. Now that we did that, we're gonna go talk to the king one more time. And he has a plan. He wants the hero and Hendrik to go up to the castle and take out the big bad there. But we know there's a raid coming to the town as well. So Hendrik is like, I don't want to leave y'all hanging here. But the king's like, this has to happen or we're just be in this endless loop of trying to defend this place. So that's what's gonna happen is the hero and Hendrik are gonna set off to take out the big bad. Now at this point, Hendrik, unfortunately, very unfortunately, is still an AI bot. There's a couple things we could do. We can grab some armor if we want. We can grab some panaceas. And there's a couple strats for the next boss fight too, so either way, the hero is severely underleveled for this next boss fight, so it's a very scary fight. It is fairly often, I'd say 70-80% that we can't get through the next fight, or that we can't get through with just one fight. Yeah, we love when Hendrik does Forbearance. Forbearance basically says Hendrik will take all of the damage for that turn. Wish he did it more. Yeah, we're heading to Helidor Castle. We're gonna go in the back way through the sewers. So this is ironically the same way we escaped from this prison, from the sewers. Going in the back way, it's exactly the same way we came out at the very beginning of the game. Alright, fun fact, if you wanted to fight the Black Dragon and get back at him, you could do it here. It's time loss, obviously, but it's a fun incentive sometimes. If you just jump into the fight, the dragon will be asleep for most of the fight. And so it's kind of unfair. Yeah, just a fun fact. There are some dodges we have to do in here. These are a lot harder than they look. We just get around some of these mobs. And pop in here and grab a Sage Elixir. We also use this time to configure some items on the hero, including the Sage Elixirs. That is because here's some other skips we gotta be careful of here. Positioning. But yeah, there's basically we use that time to configure items because we're waiting for a couple of mobs to move out of the way so we can get around them easier. Yeah, we have a lot more gold in Glitchless in general. There is also some equipment and gold you can grab here. But again, Glitchless, there's just some stuff we just don't need to grab. Now we're in the Heliodor Castle. We're gonna go into the garden and look at or talk to or get a vision from a vine. And that vision's gonna tell us that there's a secret portal from the kitchen to the king's chamber, and so that's how we're gonna get out because the stairs are blocked. They've been destroyed. So we can actually zoom back to where we came in, and we can go to the kitchen from there. Yeah, me too, Windbliss. I'm so used to just grabbing zombie main. Making sure we're equipped with heals. This portal to the king's bedchamber is a autosave. Very handy, because if this fight goes bad, we'll just come back right to there. So, yeah, we have the Devil Tail. We picked up the Devil Tail in Act 1. Alright. Wish Moko good luck. This fight is brutal. Especially the magic casts are really bad. And it's buffing. Okay, we got the mirror. This is where things get dangerous. So we want to take out the mirror version of Tyrion as fast as we can. Oh, but we got a nice any turn there. So he took all the damage. Okay, if you don't take out that guy before Tyrion peps up, they do a really bad pep power. We'll probably still see it, but he will summon him back again. Okay, there's the pep. He's gonna summon next turn, probably. Oh, we got 4 Barons. So as soon as the Shadow peps, we'll get a pep power. Yep, there it is. But it's on Hendrix, so we're good. Yeah, the magic attack's not good.
Yeah.
皆に守りを
We also have extremely low hit points for this fight on Glitchless. Alright, GG's. First try. Doesn't always happen. So GG's, that's great. Alright, so there's a cutscene there we just missed. And it involved, actually no, it was before Tyrion. There was a cutscene where Jasper was there, and Jasper is kind of Mortigan's big head honcho now, and so Hendrik and him have a back and forth, and then he sticks Tyrion on us basically. But now that we took Tyrion off, we get, we get an orb back, and the kingdom is kind of light. It's a brighter day now again. The kingdom of Heliodor. So the people can move back into the city, and the last bastion of hope is not the only place where people are safe. When they come in, also they're looking for the people, and they're hoping that the people didn't get owned by all of the raids that were happening while they were doing the super secret mission. And all the people came out. Everything was fine. We can continue. So now we get Hendrik in the party. And we're going to continue on our journey. We are going to look for Rab first. We're going to go to the mountains, basically. This is through the Mango Grove, just like we went at the beginning of the run. But now Hendrik is no longer an AI bot, which is helpful. Angerlaw, yeah, that's it. So Angerlaw is where all of the princes of Dungeonshill go to train as they're growing up. Unfortunately, the hero never got to do that because, he was absconded at the very beginning of the game. And, Dungeonshill fell. So. Here's where we fought the Tricky Devil earlier in the game. So we're gonna make our way. We're gonna grab a campsite because we're gonna be coming back here a couple times. And the horse as well. Yeah, we do a little bit of crafting, Gary, but not a lot. And most of it is, we don't play the forging game, we just kind of auto-craft. Yeah, Luna, there's a kind of little mini game when you forge that'll get you like better quality items. Alright, so heading up to Angri-La, we've got to grab a glowing dragon rider, and we're gonna use it to navigate the zone. Yeah, the time worm run does a lot of forging because we want really good stats to take out the time worm in certain cases. So as we come up here, we're gonna grab another chest, and this is another recipe book. Oh, actually, no, we don't do that on this run. I think we just buy dragon killers on this run. Yeah, on any percent, we grab the recipe book here, and we'll make dragon killer weapons. I think on this run, we actually buy them because we have them. We have the gold. So as we come into Angri-La, we're gonna meet the High Llama, which looks like a little kid, and he's gonna talk about the Grand Master that we met earlier with Rab, actually, and talk about how this is where the Princess of Dundersilk come to train, and how Rab had a reputation for getting spanked the most with the naughty stick. Later on, you'll be able to come here and like do some quests and fights and stuff for training and quests and completion, that kind of stuff. But for now, we just leave, and there's mention of a hermit that goes up to the mountain and hasn't come back, and so we decide to go with the High Llama to check out this hermit at the top of the mountain. Make sure he's okay. Yeah, Windbliss, because the Lacquer Gold Rush, but also because we just fought more bosses than we do in Emerson. Yeah, that's right, Luna. Alright, once again, we're going to have to grab a Dragon Rider and navigate another zone to get to the top. Yeah, this guy's sometimes hard to dodge. sure we heal, because the hero's up for a boss fight against Granddad coming up. So what we find is a very thin Rab, like in a weird meditative state. He's not dead, but he's like, and so the High Lama tells us he's like in the void or something. So he can send us to the void to try to get him back out here, get his spirit back out here, and that's what we're gonna do. So here we are in the void. We're gonna meet the Grand Master. She has taught, Rab's gonna learn a new ability, Pearly Gates, in front of us, and then she's gonna say, I can teach you, the Luminary, an ability too called Quadraslash. But to use it, to learn it, you have to use it a bunch. And so this next fight against Rab, it's a very scripted thing, but as you use Quadraslash more, the more damage it does. So there is somewhat of a script here. Anytime he uses Pearly Gates on us, we are going to Panacea to heal. We're gonna use, we actually should probably have Rab's Cane. Okay, maybe not. Alright, and then we're gonna start using Quadraslash. When we see the duplicates get formed, we're gonna use Giga Slash to get rid of them. And we'll continue using Quadraslash. We do, because of the risk that we do get extra regen benefits. Yeah, so we'll heal and then we'll continue Quadraslashing. You'll see the damage go up every time we use it. Now here's where it gets tricky. If the mirror guys both use attacks, we could die here. There's one. Okay, we made it. Even with 2 attacks, we made it. There's a very high chance that you can die there if those guys use both attacks, so, or versus debuffs or something like that. So GG's. He tried the Metacam diet of 1 berry a day. So yeah, now we've learned Quadraslash on the hero, and Rab has Pearly Gates, 2 pretty OP things, OP abilities at this point. Quadraslash hits all enemies, so does Pearly Gates. And do some rectification here. We're gonna get Hendrik set up with some awesome greatswords with an ability called Unbridled Blade. This will make Hendrik do lots of damage with 2-handers. Alright, now we're heading back to Phenomenon. Alright, so along the way, we run back into Sylvando and his band of his Soldiers of Smile. And he dresses us up in this outfit that is a very slow animation, so we're going to get rid of the outfit right away. Do some equips while we're at it. And we'll continue on the phenomenon. Mardi Gras percent. Oh yeah, you can't get the clown outfits back for Hendrik and Rab. They only exist for right now. Alright, Phenomenon used to be a happy place, and now it's very downtrodden. I think this is where we're going to buy some new weapons, though. We should be buying a Dragon's Bane for the hero and a Worm Fang for Hendrik. These will both do super damage. And story-wise, we find out that this creature has come to town and said, "Bring me everything you hold precious, and I will keep it safe." And whoever would have believed that, I don't know. But he basically takes all jewels, everything, and even people with him, and goes off to his hideout. And so there's a guy looking for his son. He thinks the son was taken or something, and so we're gonna go. Take care of this. And we run into the son along the way. And the son says that his dad gave the monster his mom's necklace. His mom is dead. And so he wanted to get it back for him and he feels like his dad thinks the necklace is more valuable than his son, and so he feels bad, so he wants to get that necklace back. Oh yeah, fun fact here, the cutscene here, when we approach this boss, we're like, we have something very valuable, Sivanda says, and he says, close your eyes, and then he gives it to the boss, the mob, and it's the dollop of horse poop in the guy's hand. And he's like, what? And we get all upset. Oh, that's right, it's not the Worm Fang here, it's a different two-hander here. Yeah, so Hendrik is going to use double up for an attack buff, sacrifice his defense, and then he'll just start doing a ton of damage. Unfortunately, you start out this fight without the ability to use spells because of the fizzle debuff. Hero's going to Giga Slash. Hendrik's going to keep Unbridled Blading, and then once Rab can, he can Sap, he can Pearly Gates, he can bounce Hendrik to keep from falling asleep again. Choose your own adventure. That's right, we get a Demon's Bane for Hendrik, that's what that is. We get the Dragon Swords later. Yeah, not too hard of a fight. A little annoying if he puts everyone to sleep. All right, so we come back here. The kid brings the necklace to the dad, and the dad says, "I don't care about the frickin' necklace. I wanted you, and I was worried about you, son. And you're my most prized possession. I just wasn't stupid enough to tell the monster that." And so, you know, son and father are reunited. And Sivanda gets the feels from this, and it goes back to his personal story. And he says, you know, I've been estranged from my father, but if I'm going to join you again on your quest to take care of Mordigan, I need to drop off my band of my soldiers of Smile and with someone safe. And so I'd really like to take him to my dad. And so that is our next quest. So yeah, we're off to Port Valar again. Now, if you remember, if you were watching the cutscenes when we first came to Port Valar, Sylvando didn't want to come with us, and this is why, because he is the son of the head of the knight that teaches all the knights. And it turns out that he ran away from home to go be in the circus. So there's a touching cutscene that happens here. There's a little bit of roundabout running around here town. But what ends up happening is Sylvando says, Sylvando comes and says, you know, hey dad, and the dad's like, did you make everyone smile? And he's like, no. And he's like, well, a knight's word is his bond. Why are you here if you haven't done what you said you would do? I'm getting choked up just thinking about it. And he's like, oh, you still consider me a knight? And he's like, yes, I do. And so he's like, all right, well, I need to go take care of this Mortigan guy before I can do anything. And I was hoping you would watch over my soldiers a smile. And the dad's like, yeah, okay, sure. I promise, or whatever. And so then, all the boys come in, and they're all like flamboyant and stuff. It's hilarious. And Sylvando says, okay, if you're gonna be the leader, you gotta look good. And he puts this big flamboyant thing on his dad. And his dad's like, what is this? And Sylvando says, well, you said a knight's word is his bond. Yeah, this is the cutscene coming up here. You'll see when we exit the cutscene, you'll see his dad in this outfit as we leave, and he's not looking very happy. Oh. All right, but the boys all cry, but we get Sylvando back. And that means we also get the horse hailer back and his ship, so we can now navigate the seas once again. We're gonna do some. Yeah, we're gonna go straight to the boat on the horse. Do some equipment, some skills. I believe we get Gold Rush now, finally, which is a super awesome ability of Sylvando to throw money at our problems. We like throwing money at our problems. Just like that. Yeah, usually about 2 encounters before we get to the next spot. Throwing money at the problems. #1 JRPG speedrun strat. It's true, DeadTales, it's true. Alright, we find out Eric's stowed away on the ship, but he doesn't know who the heck we are. He's lost all his memories. We're like, don't worry, Eric, it's gonna be okay. We get the strand. We just wanted to get the strand zoom point, and then we're off to a different part of the sea, and we're gonna go the other direction to back to Zwardrest. So yeah, the next bit here, we actually can't move forward outside of this on the sea until we do these next few bosses. So we're gonna go to the Warriors Rest Inn and stay the night. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. We also have a cutscene here. Alazarn attacks the boat, and the hero falls in the water, and suddenly he's in this weird vision. And so he talks to the sorceress here, or the seer, I should say. And the seer kind of hints of him getting his luminary powers back. And then he wakes up and to all his friends. The hero's edibles are finally kicking in. Exactly. Alright, Warriors Rest Inn. We're gonna spend the night. We're all gonna have a shared dream. Everybody in the hotel is gonna have this shared dream. It's a little weird, but it's about a knight, a Dundersill knight that is in torment. And so we're gonna decide that we should go investigate this in Dundersill, the ruins of Dundersill again. Alright, yeah, so since we're here, we're going to grab the campsite for Dundersill. We have to grab it again. And we're going into the ruins. So in these ruins, we've been here before, but there's a spot here. We move some rocks out of the way and go into this basement area. That kind of goes into kind of a weird part of the sewers. What we're gonna see is a knight, a tormented knight in purple armor, and we're gonna have to fight him. And then we're gonna get some backstory. prepping with lots of healing items and stuff such like that. Yeah, Eric at this point can only use a couple spells that are damage over time spells. Which can be useful for the next few fights. But we also don't want Eric to die on these fights. We still need him to get up to level 43 before he can use dual wield, and we really want dual wield for the last few fights. Alright, good restless night fight. We're gonna the hero's gonna approach the knight and be drawn into a vision. And so kind of like Rab's vision, we're gonna be in Dundersill. But this is gonna be like the hero's gonna be in ghost form, just observing everything. And this is the observing the night that he was absconded from the castle when he was a baby, and what all happened. Where the kings have their colloquy of kings, talking about the luminary. And then the castle's under attack, so we'll see what happens that night. And the king of Heliodor is staving off the monsters, and the king of Dundersill, the hero's father, is trying to get his wife and Jade and his son to safety. So we're following them around here. And they're going to use a secret passageway, and they're going to start to look familiar because this secret passageway is the same one we just went down. And so this is kind of weird. We're in ghost form, but we're gonna help out the hero's dad fighting some monsters here. And you can die on this, believe it or not, even though you're a ghost. But we're mostly gonna quadra slash. There's no AI helper to help you either. So we do have to heal. Alright, GG's. So then the cutscene after that is where we have to follow our father to this other part, backtrack. And what we see in this cutscene is that we see Mortigan take over the king's body, and that's where it happened, right? And then the king says a lie to, the king of Heliodor. He says a lie to the hero's dad, and then kills him. And so what we find out is this monster called Gloomnivore has been tormenting the soul of the hero's dad with this whole moment over and over and over again. And so now we're going to take out Gloomnivore. Yeah, ideally we can put him to sleep right away. We're just going to bash him any-wenny. Eric's going to do his damage over time. Alright, GG's. Yeah, these fights are not easy. We're not very well equipped for them at this point in the game. And some of the status effects are pretty rough. Unfortunately, same goes for the next couple fights. This is why a lot of any percent runners do not want to do Glitchless, because we get to skip all these fights and then all the next 2 fights as well. Alright, so we're off to Octagonia to go save Jade. You remember how we left her? She was stuck as Booga's love slave. And what's going to happen is we're going to jump into Octagonia and Jade's going to stop us. We have to fight Jade. She's been taken over, so she's a pretty rough fight. She can charm people. Also, when she charms someone, if you gold rush or anything that will do AoE damage, it will do damage to that person in your party. So yeah, it gets a little complicated with these next 2 fights. Oh yeah, I forgot. We have to play the casino a little bit on this run as well to get a love potion as a reward, and then we can use that to get past the guard. Go to the next part.
待って、終わったのになんでいいえってしたのに。待って。いいえってしたよ私。あれ、いいえってしたのに。いいえ。もう何やってんの。許されない。7じゃなかった。
A potion gets us past this guy, and then we're gonna approach Jinxed Jade. Yeah, we didn't hit the jackpot. So right away we got people asleep. We got people losing turns because they're charmed.
派手に決めるわ。わしに任せ。我が身シルトも
ピザもついて。やっ
ジャックポット。お身に受けろ。派手に決めるわ。わしにお任せじゃ。頑張りましょう。すまんの。一刀両断。
ピザもついて。覚悟しなさい。可愛がってあげる。
Yeah, Jade's puff puff charm gets really annoying on this fight.
ジャックポット。
Alright, GG's. Alright, just gotta get past Booga. We don't get an extra heal, we don't get anything, we're just right into Booga. And Booga does similar stuff, put him to sleep, charm, not charm, dance. So you'll be dancing around, losing a turn.
僕人を見て。さあ、ご一緒に。
よっしゃ、せざい。ランデル。派手に決めるわ。よいしょ。
Hendrick's dancing around, Eric dancing around.
どいつもこいつも。
よっとな。
あろう。
いただくぞ。
Goodbye, Rab.
どうしよう。
ジャックポット。よいしょ。どうぞ。
ブレイブさん。
Best worst affliction? Eric's a smooth criminal.
しっかりしなさい。
Yeah, exactly. This is why 90% exists.
これはちょっと困ります。やばい。いやー、どうしよう。君なんかある？あるか。
行くぞ。お楽しみ。
Alright, GG's, we made it. Oof. Yeah, those two fights back to back are rough. And both Eric and Hero lived, so we're in good spot. Alright, this might be where we buy these swords, I forget. Yeah, I think so. Selling a few things, buying a Dragon's Bane, and a Worm Fang, and then maybe a spear for, yeah, a spear for Jade. Back to the Strand, we will continue. This run stops after Mortigan, Shula. Yeah, we really don't like getting this encounter.
やめなさい、マジで。
So the reason we need to get Jade is because we can't go down the bubbles because we don't have the harp. The harp absconded with Jade in Act 1. And so now that we get Jade back, we have the harp. And Sniffleheim is golded off, as you saw there. So we can't get in that way. We have to use the bubble. And then we're gonna have to take out Alazar in here too. But we have our luminary powers back. Without the luminary powers, we can't even fight Alazar, and he's protected. Yeah, pretty straightforward fight. Jade's gonna do a lot of damage. Jade and Henny winning. Alright, GG's. That opens the way to the bubble and we can get to Sniffleheim. Yeah, we all wish we could throw money at our bubbles. So we're back at Sniffleheim, and this time the city's not frozen over, but there's a gold epidemic. So people are spontaneously gold busting. Not combusting, gold busting. Turning into gold statues, basically. Yeah, the red mist phase doesn't happen because we have the luminary powers. Bustin' makes them feel good. Alright, so Eric starts getting some memories back. So apparently Eric used to live in Sniffleheim, and so it's kind of troubling him, this whole thing about gold and Sniffleheim. And he's kind of running around. We're chasing him around. The church father guy knows him and says he was a slave to the Vikings, and it's the Vikings who keep coming up and taking all the gold away. So what we're gonna see is the Vikings are gonna show up again and take some gold people away, and they're gonna capture Eric too. This fight is pretty scripted. There's an exact amount of just about an exact amount of damage that's done here. And it just takes him out. All right, we're gonna go check on the father, and then we're gonna go after Eric and the Vikings. Alright, same fight as last time, even though there's more mobs.
派手に決めるわ。
Here's where Eric gets his memories back. We're gonna talk to a Yggdrasil vine a couple times. And we're gonna find out that Eric used to live here. He had a sister. She turned to gold, and he ran away. And that's when he met the hero later on. But right now we don't see a gold statue of his sister, so we're like, what the heck? So we're gonna go into this fortress and try to save her is what we think we're doing. So welcome to the Gildenhall, another maze zone. As speedrunners, we just learn and memorize the exact path to take. But it's going to look pretty confusing to the average person. A lot of turns, a lot of doors, a lot of stairs, a lot of up and down. Yeah, you gotta be careful in that room. There is a trap there too. And then how you handle getting around those mobs. But yeah, welcome to Gildiga. So what happens is we come in and we see Eric's sister on the throne. And we're like, what the heck? We're here to save you. And she's like, I'm Gildiga. I am the one who's doing this. And she explains that she was a gold statue until Mordegon came to her and gave her the power to turn other people and things to gold. And then she attacks us. This fight is brutal. Not as bad in Glitchless. Any percent, this fight is pretty scary. In Glitchless, we have Jade, which is, she's way OP. So between Jade and Penny Rennie going at it, we'll make sharp work Gildiga.
安心せい。ありがとう。
Alright, worst case scenario, the DPS people both get golded. But they will be back.
わしに任せ。ありがとう。負けないわよ。派手に決めるわ。おみに受けよう。ジャックポット。
Alright, good, clean, fast, building a fight. GG.
嬉しいわ。
So after this, Eric gets all his abilities back. So we redo some skills. We're gonna get him divide and some swords, lots of swords into Fatal Flash. And we're gonna use this divide Fatal Flash strat for the next few boss fights. And it's very OP. Eric is our main DPS going forward. And it's the most fun of the game is actually this part because we get to do some really nice damage with Eric. Meanwhile, his sister's still kind of recovering, and so we're going to continue on our quest against Mortigan. So we're going to head back towards Arborea. Oh yeah, we're gonna give Eric like all the good attack here that Jade's been holding on to for a while, and then of course an awesome Dragon's Bane sword. The next fight coming up is the Auroral Serpent. When we were here earlier, you may have seen a dragon enshrouded in ice. Well, he broke out because of the Mortigan situation. And he is very annoying because he can paralyze and do a lot of bad stuff like that. And so what we don't want him to do is either knock down or paralyze of Eric, because Eric is our main DPS. But yeah, so to avoid some of that, we're going to put Eric in the back as soon as he's buffed, before the Auroral doesn't turn. We're going to buff him with Divide, which gives him some doppelgangers. And then we're going to umple him. So then we're going to put him in the back. We put Jade or the hero in here. We're going to sap. We're going to buff Hendrik. Or we're just going to, yeah, we're just go at it. Alright, that was the paralyze. It didn't land on anybody, thankfully, but we can put Eric in now. Okay, Henny Wenny is paralyzed. Right. He dodged one of Eric's attacks, but as you saw, it does a lot of damage. Okay, paralyzed Savando, that's fine. He's pretty close to dead. There he goes.
もう終わり
GG's. But yeah, that boss is a definite source of frustration sometimes. We got some good RNG. We're back to the Arborian Highland. We're gonna have to jump into an egg again and do a little mob dodging. Yeah, we usually want a gold rush there, but the memory was on Puzzle Dance. There we go. Okay, find our little spot in the rock again. Dodge that one. Oh, yeah. Some of these guys are hard to dodge, but yeah, good job. Alright, we're back to Arboria. And we're expecting to find Veronica here. We're going to buy some equipment upgrades. Also, I should mention that killing Gildiga gives you a lot of gold. So yeah, mostly going to upgrade Serena's equipment. Hey, thanks, company man. Appreciate it. It has been a good run. Let's give it up for our runner, Moko. She's been doing awesome. Alright, so we find out that Veronica unfortunately did not make it in Act 1. The only reason the whole party lived is because Veronica absconded everybody out of there before it blew up. So she kind of sacrificed herself. It's a very sad moment. Yeah, so we're going to spend the night. Serena's going to kind of do some mourning. And Serena actually cuts her hair. Like, this is a pivotal moment for Serena. And so cutting her hair is very significant of that. Yeah, don't make me cry, Rogues. Alright, so we've been hearing about this whale situation. So we're gonna get our flying whale. We're gonna be able to take to the skies. Yeah, I have to say, I've heard a lot of people that like Serena with the short hair. Yeah, she's a red mage. Yeah, Serena also gets all Veronica's abilities, or at least some of them. She becomes the sage that has both abilities. All right, so first thing we're off to do once we take to the skies is head to this flying island. That's all that's left of a couple flying islands that were there. Havens above. We're gonna go in and talk to the last living watcher. These are people that watch over the seedlings, and we're gonna learn from the seedlings the story of the last luminary and what they did to try to take out the Dark One. And what we'll find, we'll get the guiding light here too. The guiding light transforms into this small little lantern and comes with us. But yeah, we'll touch each of these seedlings and we'll find out that we need 3 things to forge a new Sword of Light, because the old one was turned into a Sword of Shadows and is now used by Mordigan. So we need some orichalcum, and it tells us kind of where we're going to get it. And then we need a forging hammer, a special forging hammer that is in Gallopolis. And finally, we need a forge, somewhere we can actually forge this with a strong enough firepower, and that's going to be in Hato in the volcano. So we kind of know going forward what our quest is and where we have to go. 3 places. It doesn't really matter what order you do these in. Well, I guess it does because you have to do the forge last, technically. Yeah, we tend to go to Gallopolis first and get the forging hammer. But when we're here, we see that what's called Erdwin's lantern is falling down from the sky. Which it used to be like a red star in the sky, and now it's like this big orb coming down. And so everybody's a little concerned. So we're going to go out to the desert and investigate. Rab thinks he can see some runes on it. He can read runes. And the prince of Gallopolis is now this kind of courageous boy. And maybe over courageous. So we're following him out there. All right, so a couple things happening here. We see Rab's trying to read the runes on the orb in the sky as it's coming down. The hero sees a darkling, like a little dark tockle guy, and nobody else can see him. And it looks like he's calling the orb down to him. When suddenly, out of the air comes the Lord of Shadows, Mordigan. He flies through and he destroys the orb and saves everybody, and it's very confusing why he would do something like that. You won't find out about what's going on there until Act 3. But in the meantime, we come back, talk to the Sultan. You have to talk to the Sultan twice. Once to kind of resolve this whole thing, and then 2 to get the forging hammer. And it really sucks if you forget to talk to him the second time, because you will have to come back here and be very sad. All right, next we're gonna take the whale to the battlegrounds, and we're gonna go get some orichalcum. This place is cordoned off by some weird magic energy, but the fire that we have burns it off. Now, fun thing about Dragon Quest XI. There is no fall damage. So we just jump right down. And we're going to navigate through here. It's a little bit of a maze again. And we're going to end up at the orichalcum. Okay. Now we're back at Hotto. We got the orichalcum, we got the forging hammer, and now we got to take care of the forge. But we come across something happening here, where there's a monster blocking the mountain. We're gonna go check out this monster. So it turns out the monster was just a bunch of kids in a suit. And so we find out that this lady in Hotto is trying to send sacrifices to the mountain to keep it from erupting. And there's a story behind this. And so these kids, their mother is the next sacrifice. And so they've hidden away over here. And so what we discover here, basically, we've been told that this Hado lady has taken out the dragon, Tatsunaga. But what we find over here is that Tatsunaga still lives down here, so she's lying. And so it seems like she, for some reason, is feeding the dragon sacrifices from the town. So we're gonna go confront her about this. So the lady denies that and says Tatsunaga is dead. But then Tatsunaga starts attacking the town. So we run down there, and the lady is trying to keep the dragon at bay and trying to keep people from hurting it, which is weird. And then it eats her. And so we're going to take over and we're going to fight Tatsunaga here. This fight is pretty simple. We're pretty well DPS'd for this. It's a pretty quick fight. So Tatsunaga doesn't die here, though. The dragon ends up flying away. So we go back to the Hado area where the woman lived. We go back to her, talk to her like handmaiden person. And she shows us the journal or something that this lady kept. And in that journal, it talks about how she was able to slay Tatsunaga, she and her son, but the son got scratched by the dragon and then started turning into a dragon. And so the son is now the new Tatsunaga, and that's why she's been kind of feeding it, trying to figure out how to change him back. Yeah, 3 actions per turn. So Tatsunaga 2, we call this Tatsunaga 1 and Tatsunaga 2. So we're going into the lair to fight Tatsunaga now, and Tatsunaga 2 is much more difficult. Still, on Glitchless, it's not nearly as bad as Glitched, but still, it's rough. He gets 3 turns per turn, 3 actions per turn. He can knock down, which the worst thing he can do is knock down or paralyze Eric, because he is our main DPS. But yeah, we're going to navigate through the zone to get there. Try to avoid those guys. Alright, here we go. Eric goes to fight. Sylvanda umples Eric. We just go straight into trying to make sure Eric goes full bore. Alright, Serena got knocked down. So we're down a healer. But at least Eric didn't get knocked down. Penny Wendy's doing a lot of good damage here too. Oh, now Eric got the knockdown. Alright, we'll bring Jade in. She'll keep doing some damage. Yeah, sometimes he can keep Eric completely knocked down the whole fight. It's really frustrating.
やった僕の手を見せてやるぜ癒しの光よ助かったぜ頭を冷やしなさい
Alright, GG's!
やったぜ
Yeah, it's really not nearly that bad on Glitchless, but on Glitched, it's rough. Alright, so we go back to the back room again, and we end up getting the key to the forge, basically. And that's what we came here for. And just like in my Dragon Quest song, it's I like to sing, "It's time to forge the sword of light." Alright, we got the forge up. We're gonna forge the Sword of Light. And we'll be on our way to the Fortress of Fear very quickly, the last dungeon of the run. The Sword of Light breaks the shield on the Fortress of Fear and allows us to get in. Before that, you just can't even get in there. Alright, next up is one of the other lieutenants of Mortigan. We've seen this guy before with Eric, and he is rough. He is pretty brutal. But he goes down pretty quick, as long as he doesn't knock anybody down.
Sorry.
So yeah, we try to blunt him to keep his attack power down a little bit, in addition to a sap if we can get it off. Yeah, he needs to calm down.
バイキルト僕の手を見せてやるぜ
これからです
一刀両断これ 手が鳴るの。派手に決めるわ。この人たちでせいや。その身に受けよう。快適じゃ。手を貸すぞい。助けない。一刀横断。
There we go. GG's. So at this point, if Eric is 43, we can do dual wield. Huge burst in DPS for us. Because in addition, so he has 2 doppelgangers. When he does Fatal Flash, he gets 3 hits. So if he's dual wielding, he'll get 3 more hits every time we do that. They're not as powerful as the first hand, but the second hand hits are still like, you know, extra damage.
嘘
Oh.
初めてやったんだけど。嘘でしょ。誰君？誰だよ。
よよいがよいと。よよいがよいと。よよいがよい。
誰だよ君。
Yeah, dodging these sometimes. We're gonna do a lot of dodging in this zone. Yeah, the crossbow can be really a pain in the butt sometimes. Sometimes I wish we didn't have the crossbow, because if you miss target or miss hit a button sometimes, it will just think, oh, you want me to get that mob for you, okay. And we never want to get that mob, ever. Yeah, this whole dungeon is very convoluted. There's like teleporters and all this stuff. We'll be going outside, going inside, teleporting here, teleporting there. We'll be using some mounts to get places. Yeah, here we need the egg. We need the shiny egg so we can continue. We kind of take the shortcut and take damage to get through here. Eventually we'll just heal real quick. Alright, another mount we're gonna take here. Climb the wall.
天の門番いなかったらジャックポットで終わったんで回復しなかったのにね。ここについてないわ。
This little skip right here is kind of funny. Just walk right through the little weapon there. It's not part of the hitbox. Alright, we have a couple switches we gotta hit. And then a couple weapons we are probably gonna pick up. This is the Stardust Sword. We'll give this to Eric. It also has like a 2% chance of casting Sap, proccing a Sap. I don't think I've ever seen it do it, but it's there.
間に合わないと思います事故とミスに恐れた
Another switch. We optionally can get a weapon for Jade too. All right, and then there's something called the Dragon Dodge or Dragon Skip.
事故りすぎたね。その後私が迷子になったりしたのかな。
Okay, you get the dragon to move his foot, and then you can kind of jump behind him. That's the easy part. Then you have to come out. There's a couple ways to come out. Okay, this is the tail way to come out. So you're waiting for the tail to bob up so you can kind of run right under it. There you go. GG's. Perfect dragon dodge. And then we're gonna head right into Jasper. Jasper's changed a little. Oh, did we forget to heal? Okay, so we got a kind of a bad start here. Yeah, we really need some sage elixirs here. Fun fact also, if we put Hendrik in the party, like Jasper kind of picks on him. It's his like knight friend, almost brother. Yeah, Eric Dazzle is not good.
マルティナちゃん、
ありがとう。
We got the debuff again.
あ、どうするなら次
ご機嫌だぜ。
ヒーローと邪魔したいんだけど。
お遊びはい
やいやいや、ちょっと待って、死ぬかもしれないこれ。
窓へ
これ死ぬかもしれないマジで。
こいつを見切れるか。
死ぬかも。あー、これはたIMP なんない。
Yeah, both DPS's dazzle. This is not a good situation.
ごめん、死ぬ。
Yeah, at this point it's just about to reset the fight.
死にました。すいません。すいません、死んじゃいました。あー、どこからだこれ。オートセーブからか。すいません。ちょっと回復してないのも悪かったね。
F's in chat for Moko. Yeah, we want to heal up. We want to make sure we give Sage Elixirs to Serena. It looks like the hero, maybe? But otherwise, people are pretty good. But yeah, not having Serena with mana for that fight is not good. Alright, we're more prepared this time. We got this.
気を抜くな。お遊びはここまでだ。
いやー、なんでそれさっきさ。
攻撃第一。奥の手を見せてやるぜ。
くだらない。くだらない。
ロー様。
すまんよ。さあ、受け取れ。受けてみよう。
Yeah, we're gonna go over rest of it, but that's totally fine. Moko's doing great. Chat, let's give some cheers for Moko. Just got a couple fights left. Nice. GG's. See, it's a very fast fight. Yeah, for Glitchless, the hero takes a back seat because of Jade. For any percent, the hero takes secondary DPS over Jade, actually. Alright, this next fight is the precursor to the final fight, so let's give some good positive energy to Moko. But yeah, we're basically, the strat for these fights is to try to sap and buff Eric. Sometimes we'll put Eric in the back here because Lord of Shadows likes to debuff on first turn. Sometimes, so there's a chance he could do that. Yeah, there it is. There's the debuff. All right, we can put Eric back in now. All right. Ready for the final fight, chat? This fight is a 3-part fight. We're gonna once again try to like buff up Eric and get him. Actually, no, we're gonna buff up Hendrik, put him in the back. We're gonna buff up Eric and then have him get as much damage as we can on the first, on the tail, on the first. And then once it hits, I believe 2,000 damage, it will push to the next phase, which is fighting the head. Alright, next phase. So you debuff every phase. You get debuffed. And then the head, we're gonna rebuff up. And there's a couple things you could do. You could try to sap the head. But either way, we're trying to get Eric and Henny Wenny ready for the next phase. We could put them in the back to be ready for the next phase so they won't get debuffed. But yeah, runner's choice. Okay, last phase. We get both of them together. We're going to try to take out the tail first. I just want to throw it out there that time will be called when both are dead, obviously. So the head will die out. Now, we get the gobble here. Once we get the gobble, we can bring Eric back out. But we want to take out the tail before the pet, because their pet power together is really bad. It puts AoE damage over time, so it's really bad. Okay, we're gonna do our darndest to try to take out the tail. Okay, there's the pep power, or the pep up. So we have one turn on everybody to take out the tail. There's the tail, tail's down. So now it's just DPS the heck out of the head, and we will be done, friends. How do you know what's the tail? The one on the left was the tail. That's how you know. But good question. Alright, it's all downhill from here. Okay, time will be called pretty soon here. Be ready. Alright, and that is time. And that, my friends, is a Dragon Quest XI 80% glitchless speedrun. GG's to Moko.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for having me commentate. Thanks for having Moko on. I don't know if Moko wants to say anything else. But thanks for all the GGs, y'all. Give it up for the runner. Moko is awesome. And we'll move on to the next run, I think. Play this game, run this game. It's awesome.
よくぞウルノーガを倒してくれました。これでロトゼタシアは息を吹き返し、再び命で満ちていくでしょう。
今の声は。
ここはもう持たないわ。みんな行きましょう。